At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Really love this brand because first off, the products are quality. I have amazing hydration. You guys can see the shine. You guys can see the definition.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor. Please hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. You know, I respect y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate all of the support over the years. It really means a lot. Before we jump into today's topic, we got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one, guys, citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. Again, citizenship is back on officially in Sierra Leone. Please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. There's been a few changes. It's been tweaked a little bit. Number one, they accept more DNA test providers. So not only do they accept African ancestry, but now ancestry.com, 23andMe, and another one, I think it was CRE. They have been cleared and they are accepted now as proof of DNA or connection to Sierra Leone. But you got to come twice now. You got to come twice, and you have to wait a year after the first time you come. So if you come in April, you won't get your passport to the following April. If you come in December, you won't get your passport to the following December. All right, so that's those are the new rules. If you're interested in going, please visit donfo.africa. We are also going to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. We're actually heading to Senegal in May for the Jazz Festival, but that tour is completely sold out. Zanzibar in September. And then we are rolling to Namibia in South Africa in November and back to Sierra Leone in December. Please visit donfo.africa to learn more. We will love to host you all. Let's jump into today's topic. We've been speaking on the Rwanda-Congo conflict for a minute now. I'll put the link in the chat room if you guys want to call in and add to the convo. You're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. And, and I've always stated, everyone's always pointing the finger at Kagame. And I've always stated, where's Congolese leadership at? Where's the president of the Congo? What is he doing? It's obvious he can't protect his borders. He can't protect his people. You want to call Kagame corrupt, but you can't. I mean, Felix is corrupt as well. Probably worse. Military is underpaid, but he's paying Romanian mercenaries. So I'm just like, why are we giving a pass? I'm not saying you are, but all of this anger should be taken out on the president of the Congo. Not as much as Kagame. And as M23 advances, they captured the city of Goma. They captured another city. I think it's called Bavaku. I think, guys, help me out here. I might be wrong, might be pronouncing it wrong. Bukavu, I think it's called. Bukavu. Yeah, Bukavu. Bukavu. You know what I'm saying? Listen, they might be on their way to Kinshasa. They're headed to Kivu, another city. Bukavu. Okay, thank you. Bukavu. But I'm like, what's the president of the Congo doing? He's getting help from, and the argument is, well, Dinus, Kagame is backed by the West. They're backed by the West. He's a Western puppet. You guys are acting like Rwanda is backed by the West, like Israel. You're acting like Rwanda has an Iron Dome and all this tech, and that Rwanda has the capabilities to put bombs in pagers, and that what makes the personnel that Rwanda has any better than the Congo? And I'm watching news reports, and the Congolese soldiers are like, we out of here. When M23 comes in, the Congo soldiers they're evacuating, they're retreating, they're dipping. And it seems as M23 comes in and they take over a city, the people are happy. They're cheering in the streets. And I'm not saying that represents all people. But the Congo has the backing of South Africa, Burundi, and some other countries, and they're still getting their tails whipped. As Congolese soldiers are just pulling out and tucking their tails and running. But now the West is getting involved. America's getting involved. They're placing sanctions on people who are on the Rwandan side. And I'm like, no, America, no, stay out of it. Let Africa handle African business. Again, let Africa handle African business. So America just placed some sanctions. Let me pull this up real quick. Sanctioning drivers of violence in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The United States is sanctioning today 2 individuals and 2 entities linked to violence and human rights abuses in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. This action includes designation of Rwanda's Minister of State for Regional Integration, James Kabarebe, and the M23 and the Congo River Alliance spokesperson, Lawrence Kanyuka Kingston, alongside 2 of Kanyuka's companies, Kingston Fresh and Kingston Holding. Since mid-December 2024, the Rwandan-backed armed group M23 has expanded its control through DRC territories, seizing the North Kivu provincial capital of Goma on January 27th and the South Kivu provincial capital of Bukavu on February 16th. This aggression has undermined the territorial integrity of the DRC. Where's Felix? With Rwanda's support, it has also threatened, injured, killed, and displaced thousands of innocent civilians, cost the lives of 3 UN peacekeepers, and wounded several others. This violence risks escalating into a broader regional conflict. Today's actions underscores the need for Rwanda to return to negotiations under the Angola-led Luanda process to achieve a resolution to the conflict in eastern DRC. The United States calls on the leaders of Rwanda to end their support for M23, itself already designated by both the United States and the UN, and withdraw all Rwanda Defense Force troops from the DRC territory. We call on Rwanda to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC. We also urge the governments of Rwanda and the DRC to hold accountable those responsible for human rights violations and abuses. The persistence of conflict impedes economic development and dissuades U.S. business from investing in both Rwanda and the DRC. A loss for the region and the American people. I still say stay out of it. I still say don't get involved. No sanctions. No, I don't agree with the sanctions at all. If it dissuades U.S. businesses from investing in both Rwanda and the DRC, then so be it. So the argument of the West backing Kagame, I don't know now. It seems like the West is backing the Congo. From reading this, it seems like the West has the Congo has the support of the West, not Kagame. I'm sorry. Kagame doesn't have the support of the West. Seems like the Congo does. From reading this, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But hey, Kagame say, listen, those Hutu rebels that committed acts of genocide against us Tutsis, they ran to the east and they're threatening to circle back and commit genocide against us. That's who we're going after. That's who we're going after. They're threatening us, so we're circling back to come after them. That's the argument. And there's some truth to that argument. And in the meanwhile, if, you know, on our march, shout out to Marie, on our march towards Kinshasa or Bakuvu or whatever, if we see some, you know, natural resources we want to collect, oh, well. You know, on the way, you know, that's the bounty of war. That's part of war. Listen, you know, on your march, you take over territory and you see some cobalt. Hey, why not take it? That's just part of war. The Hutus are mismanaging it, so, you know, we might as well take it. Yeah, man, that's the bounty of war, man. Now, guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. You're more than welcome to call in. Again, link is in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in. But let me find this interview I found. Again, this is coming from the Rwanda perspective. Let me find this real quick. Look, guys, hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. But yeah, but the West should stay out of this, if you ask me. Call, go ahead. Unmute yourself, call.
Yeah, Dynas. Peace to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And peace to everybody. Dynas, you know, on the issue of Congo, I have one request, because the way how I thank you for raising the issue of Congo so that we can have platform maybe to inform people on, or have also a side of story from Congolese, because in most English speaking media, actually there's no any Congolese voice to be found. But I have one request. May you one day organize like a panel, like me, or I can get even a professor, two of us, then people can come so that we can explain historical, even if it's 1 hour, we take like 30 minutes or 15 minutes, we explain the situation. Both narratives, Congolese and Rwandan narratives, then people can ask questions. That way, we're not gonna talk only on like our talking points, but expose, show documents that unbiased or independent research found in Congo. Because, for example, when you talk about the Hutu or people who kill people like Tutsi in Rwanda, actually is not factual. It's not only Hutu who kill people in Rwanda. There are investigators. There are even people who used to work. There are even people right now in Rwanda who knows and can tell you, if they're outside of Rwanda, they will tell you that actually my family, I'm a Tutsi, but my family was killed by RPF. There is a popular singer, Corneille, is in Canada right now. The problem with with people talking in Rwanda, it's people they don't have freedom of speech. They can't tell the truth. But those who are outsider, I can even put you in contact with Rwandan survivor of genocide. We Rwandan, on the live, then we talk. They speak about Rwandan side, I'll speak on Congolese side, and that's where you will be able to find the truth. Because when you say that, it's not true. Because actually, as I said before, Paul Kagame killed a lot of people. There is this, if you read any book like In Praise of Blood, investigative journalism on Rwanda, on what happened in Rwanda, or like Rwanda, the new imperialist fiction by Robin Philpott, or Charles Onana Holocaust in Congo, you'll understand that RPF group, Kagame's group, they infiltrated the Interahamwe. Actually, does people know that the president of Interahamwe in 1994 was a Tutsi? Robert Kajuga. Do you guys know that?
The president of who?
Robert Kajuga.
Was the president of what?
Was a president of Interahamwe, the group which was the main group which was killing people in Rwanda during the Rwandan genocide. Do you know that the president of Interahamwe in 1994 was a Tutsi? But if you are on Rwandan narratives, which is the main narrative in English-speaking media, you're not gonna know that. Then when they say that the UN in Congo, it's true and false. For example, I was in Bukavu, as I said before. The first batch of refugees which Congo received, they were Tutsi, because they are the one who were mainly in the area where the Interahamwe was targeting people. They were Tutsi. Then after the RPF has restart the war. Remember that the RPF had controlled already the whole northern part of Rwanda. And in that northern part of Rwanda, they had infiltrated. Do you know that RPF actually infiltrated the Interahamwe? This is written even by Rwandan former Kagame comrades, like the book by Abdul Joshua Ruzibiza, who was the bodyguard of Paul Kagame, and many testimonials by the former RPF soldier who ran away. For example, Alois Ruyenzi, or anybody, when you have time, search on Google, on YouTube, Judy River in Praise of Blood by he was interviewing another former Rwandan RPF who was telling what the tactics they were using, how they were killing people, and how they were doing to conceal so that the investigator or people won't know what they were doing, like incinerating the body, throwing the ashes, or throwing people in Kagera, But RPF also actually, if there was justice, Kagame, as I said before, Kagame could have, there is even a prosecutor, Madame Carla Del Ponte. Anybody can search on World Wide Web. Carla Del Ponte was the first prosecutor which they sent to Rwanda. Because at fresh, RPF hadn't put the stronghold or the hold on all people so that they can't say the truth. there was people who came forward with the massacres that, telling the truth that Kagame actually killed their families. There was, those testimonials. But what happened? The Kagame backers, the US, UK, and the NATO countries, they put pressure on the UN to replace that prosecutor, Carla Del Ponte. He wrote a book, Madame the Prosecutor, by Carla Del Ponte. Read that book. You'll be enlightened. Now, how many times Rwanda is gone to Congo in search of those so-called genocidaires who they were calling
on call. Somebody's asking a question.
Yeah.
Are you Tutsi or Hutu?
Me? No. I'm not a Tutsi and Hutu. I'm not neither Tutsi, I'm not Hutu. I'm not from Rwanda. Tutsi and Hutu, it's only from Rwanda. I am from Congo. I'm mainly, I define myself Bantu. My mom is the Tutsi is a subgroup of Nilots. This is what you have to understand. It's only originally from Rwanda and Burundi. And the Hutu, it's a subgroup of Bantu. They are only in Rwanda and Burundi. They can be in Congo right now, like since the 1959 or since the 1910, some by families, they start migrating in Congo because of the situation in Rwanda, and some even in other countries. But they migrate from. So me, I'm a Bantu. I'm from Congo. I'm from Kivu province. But my mom is classified as a Nilot. You see, because he's a Hema. You understand? And that's why I don't have sides. I just speak the truth. I just speak the truth. Rwanda invaded Congo in 1996. From 1996 to 1998, they didn't finish those interim. You sure? Again in 1998 to 2003.
So are you saying before the genocide there were no Hutus or Tutsis in Congo?
So no, not before genocide, but before the colonialists, before the Belgian start bringing the Hutu first. And this is what you know. Before the colonialists start bringing the Hutu or the Rwandan people in Congo for migrate for labor, there was no Hutu or Tutsi in Congo.
Cap.
There is, listen, you can say cap, but people have this. There is actually document, because there are. So let me ask everybody a question. Do you think that colonialists, when they went in this country, they were not reporting who they found? Or do you know that people like these colonials, they used to do census of the ethnic groups which they found on ground? And
they didn't perform accurate census.
Listen, this actually.
Can I ask you a question real fast?
Before you ask, let me finish this one. In Congo, actually, this is how Congo is formed. Congo is formed because, remember, King Leopold II didn't have a big army to control the whole Congo. He was going into agreement with chiefs. Chiefs, I said again, it's found. You can go to Washington to check this report.
Okay, so around when did Hutus and Tutsis start showing up in the Congo?
Okay, the time when Hutu and Tutsi start showing up in Congo, it's in 1920 when the Belgian first brought the first batch of Hutu, and then in 1930 where they brought a lot of people to work in the mines and stuff.
So there were no trade routes that connected Rwanda to the Congo prior to European contact, is what you're saying.
Okay, now that's the question. Do you see that's a different from yes, there was it's possible that there was a few families.
All right, bro. There you go.
Can I ask a question?
Listen now. Can
I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead and ask.
You said you are a Hima, right? You said you're a Hima.
No. I'm a
your mother.
My mom is a Hema from north of Congo. They are related to the Hima. Yes,
they're related to the Tutsi. They're related to the Tutsi.
Yes, they are related to the Tutsi.
So why are you saying that there's no relationship between Congo and the Tutsi if the Hima is related to the Tutsi and the Hima is in Uganda, is in Burundi and Rwanda?
All right.
So I want to understand your logic.
That's not how humans work. That's not how human populations work. You can't say that two groups of people that were in close proximity together, they never had contact with each other. They didn't live.
No, let them explain the Hima, because the Hima is related to the Tutsi.
Yes.
The president of Uganda is a Hima. Yes. And he's related to the Tutsi. So
yes, let me explain now. As I've said before, it's because people get confused with the narrative coming from there. Do you see, like my mom, the Hema, They are not in Kivu. The Hema are in north, in an area called Aru, like we call it in Congo Oriental. And this Hema, of course, they are related to the Bahima in Uganda. But when you look on the map, there is other people between them. And these people, yes, they are authentic Congolese, but they are not Tutsi. They are Nilot. Even my grandfather used to tell us that. When I used to visit him, he was telling us, we know that our brothers in Uganda and Rwanda, they have an agenda. We don't want to be part of that because we belong to Congo and we are Congolese. Because them actually, they were there before the colonialists, although they are Nilots. And it's not only the Bahema. There is other Nilots, like the Kakwa. They are also the Nilots of Congo. They are authentic Congolese, But when it's because you see, like even when you go into the dictionary, or like the Belgians themselves, now when they took over Rwanda and Burundi as their protectorate after the Second World War, they did another census, and you can find this document. It's only I'm far away from that, but I can give them. It's called in French l'orthographie des tribus. So when you go to that document, it was published in 1954. Everywhere where they censored the Tutsi, where they count the Tutsi, they're gonna put the land Rwanda. Everywhere the Hutu, it will be Rwanda and Burundi. The same with Tutsi, Rwanda and Burundi. Not in Congo. One question: if you find anybody who tells you that the Tutsi or the Hutu were in Congo before the colonialists, ask them, who was your king? Who was your king, and which land was yours? The name of the land? They're not going to answer you this because they had no king in Congo. Their king is in Rwanda. They didn't have land in Congo prior to colonization. There are tons of documents, even Rwandan historian. But because people, they have this idea of Berlin Conference, which originally it was called the Congo Conference. Because
but just because they didn't have a king in the Congo doesn't mean they weren't in the Congo. That's where I'm kind of confused.
Okay, now Dinas, let me explain to you this. You can be in the Congo as a family. It's different from what they are claiming that they were in Congo as a people. Do you understand that?
That makes sense.
You can be in Congo as a family. One family or two family who came to this land, which is not yours. You were welcomed by other Congolese. It's different from as a people, because remember, this land were owned by people who had social organization, even political organization and military organization. That's what you forget. And another thing which people don't know is that you see this western part of Rwanda. I tried to explain this before. If you go to the map, the place we call Kisenyi, Ruengeri, Kinyaga, like the west of this mountain called Congo-Nile Divide, that land used to belong to Congolese people. It's only during the negotiation between the Belgians and the Germans that when Congo, even on the first map of Congo by Leopold Agent, that land was included in Congo. It's only after the negotiation and the convention of 1910, anybody can search for this convention, the Congo, the German, the Free State of Congo and Germany Convention of 1910. That the convention that put the end in the conflict which was between.
Hey, brother, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, but you've been rambling, and all I've heard so far from you talking was Kagami, Boogeyman, Kagami. Boogeyman.
No, I don't say that. I don't say. I've been
can I finish? Let me just finish, brother.
You cut me off as well, so
okay.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I haven't heard you say anything about Felix yet.
Maybe
when are you going to start talking about Tshisekedi?
Listen. If you ask Dynast, I've on this program I've said before that the main person who we blame as a Congolese is Tshisekedi, because he could have done better. He could have done more. Right, Dynast? Didn't I say this before? But of course, we need to hold Kagame accountable, because you guys in English speaking media, you are running with Kagame narratives only. There's no Congolese narrative there. That's why in the most of parts, in for the most of the part here. You see, when you go into Congolese media, if you knew French or Lingala, in most Congolese media, they are blaming, a lot of people are blaming Tshisekedi. That's why people are even putting pressure that he should step out, because he's incapable, he's incompetent. Him and his guys, they've been.
So why do y'all have an issue with someone who is competent, you know, going over there and trying
you asking the wrong question, bro. You asking the wrong question.
Let me answer him. My brother, do you have issue with those Africans who sold our brothers into labor, free labor in the, you know, as people were in the Maafa who were brought to
my wife and stuff? Okay, can I finish your question?
You asked me a question.
Yeah, let me finish. I'm gonna answer your question. My wife
let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer.
My wife is from Ghana. She's a Khan. Those are people who sold people into slavery.
For the building of Rwanda. We have to blame him for that.
You're gonna ask me a question and you don't want me to answer it?
No, you asked me. You asked me a question.
Yeah, but okay, you just asked him a question.
You just asked me a question, bro.
You just asked him a question.
You said, am I okay with the people who sold Africans into slavery? And I'm telling you, my wife, her family sold Africans into slavery. There you go. There's your answer.
For me, I won't be okay with those.
If I could interject real quick, yeah, King Yaka, other ethnic groups could live in a certain kingdom. So I don't understand your point. So just because you're saying that there wasn't a king, say the Tutsis and the Hutsis lived in present-day Congo, but they didn't have a king, that doesn't mean anything.
No. First of all, let me correct.
Other ethnic groups still exist in someone else's kingdom.
Yeah. Now this is what you don't understand. Existing, it's like a. I'll give an example. It's like a, you know, somebody from Zimbabwe,
like an immigrant
from, you know, who's an immigrant in South Africa. Do they have the right now to South African land? Do they have the right to take arms and ask for a Kwamashu or Kwanongo?
If they have gone through the legal parameters of becoming a South African, yeah, they do have those rights.
He's talking about a citizen. What bro was trying to
but
explain.
the example I'm giving is before.
Yeah, these parameters weren't here pre-colonial
these parameters weren't here.
He said even before colonial times.
You upholding European standards of living, and you trying to fight about that. So this border that you call
you guys are overlooking that some of these places were former kingdoms and villages and stuff like that. So they already had denotations for certain areas previous to the white man. You guys do know that, right?
Thank you, bro.
But hold on, my main question was because he said something about what's Museveni tribe again?
Bahima.
Exactly, the Bahimas. You said you consider them indigenous to the Congo, but every Congo,
listen, there is a difference there of population. In Congo, they are Bahema, the Hema.
Yeah, the Hema. That's what I'm saying.
They are Bahima people. It's different.
So explain the difference. That's what I want to understand, because those tribes are related to the Tutsi. So for you to say that the Tutsi weren't original to the Congo, how their cousins are there? How's that correlate?
And yes, that's how they are confusing you. Because as I said before, Tutsi, when somebody is called Tutsi, or this subgroup of Nilots, because in the Nilot big group, there is other many groups like the Bahema, okay? They are Nilot. The Kakwa, they are Nilot, okay? The Bahima, the Alur, you know the Alur? They are also Nilots, but they are not Tutsi. That's the main thing you have to understand. And also, let me explain this. You know, people also confuse the current Rwanda to the pre-colonial Rwanda. The pre-colonial Rwanda, where our brother Tutsi originate from, it was not, for example, it was not as bigger as today's Rwanda. That when people, you know, they start listening to this, they understand.
Nor was pre-colonial Congo.
Okay, yes. Let me now explain. Okay, do you see pre-colonial Congo? Now, on the east, when I talk about pre-colonial Rwanda, on the east, I'll talk about pre-colonial kingdom in the east, like the Bahunde kingdom, the Bashi kingdom, the Bavira kingdom, which by Allah accepting, to be added in this bigger country which became Congo. In this pre-colonial, the Bahima, the Bahunde, the Banyanga, Bashi, there was no Tutsi and Hutu. And actually why? Because there is even historian who went there, spent years, for example, in Ijwi Island, which is now across the border with Rwanda. David Newberry went there and did field research, even archaeological digging. He explained what he found and what Congolese have been saying, that the western part of Rwanda, it was like the Bahavu used to live in today western part of Rwanda. You see, it's only after this, after the war of conquest with Kigeri, who they were fighting. Actually, people don't know that there is even some tribe of Congo that in the 13th and 14th century, they conquered all the region of Rwanda. Do you know that? The Bahavu, the king of Bahavu, the Sibula, because the Rwandan king attacked them. They counterattacked.
This information is useless, bro.
And they took the whole part of Rwanda. You see, because there was those war. But at that time, until when the colonialists came, Banyarwanda were not part of Congo as having a land. There might be some Banyarwanda who were living in those areas, western part of today's Rwanda, which was part of the Bahunde lands, for example, Kishenyi and Luengere, and even in Bushaza and Kinyaga, but not in the Bushi as the people. But there might have been some family who migrated there, because it was villages, and the people, there were not this many people like today. This is another thing which people don't understand. So that's the history of that area. And also another thing, all the explorers who visited that area, they've mentioned people who they met. They've never mentioned that they met Banyarwanda. Even the colonialists, when they came on the side of Congo, like Harry Morton Stanley, Burton, and other agent of King Leopold, who visited the today area of North Kivu, which was the Buhunde and the Bunyanga, and those who visited the Bushi and Uvira, they never mentioned that they found any Munyarwanda king or Banyarwanda. They mentioned that they met Bashi. They mentioned that they met Kalinda, the king of Bahunde. They mentioned that they found Muluta. They met Muluta, the king of Bavira. And these people who are mentioned even by this ancient explorer, when it comes to this matter, people don't want to understand or don't want to hear their voice when they said, we are the descendant of this king. This is our archives. We welcome these people, for example, in the case of the Bafuliru and Bavira, in their archive, they mentioned that they welcome some Banyarwanda family in the 1920. That's correct. And in the 1930, because of the climate in the plain of Ruzizi, they took them, because people used to live as if you just go and announce yourself to the village chief, they will welcome you as a brother from another, African tribe. Because you came and you announce yourself, you are not a thief or maybe an invader. And this is how they installed them in the area called Mulenge. People don't know that.
Let me pass the mic to some other people. Castronova, go ahead, and I'm gonna pass it to Nigel. Go ahead, Castronova.
Yeah, bro. Like what I was trying to tell the brother is like he put in a lot of information in our head in a short period of time. It's very, very difficult for people to, really grasp what you're saying when you're throwing a lot of information at them. Information that's not really relevant, by the way. All I heard from this guy.
It's relevant because it's fact. And you can find it in many. I can give you
the sky is blue and water is wet too. Those are facts too. But is that relevant to the conversation? You know what I'm saying? Just because you're saying words.
Castro, we lost you. Let me pass it to tonight.
Am I here?
You're back now. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. My Obama phone is tweaking. What I'm saying is the brother, all I hear from him is Kagame is a beast. Kagame is the boogeyman, and he's the issue that needs to be dealt with. He's upholding these borders that Europeans drew on the map. The Congo, Rwanda, these borders mean absolutely nothing. And if
to you, but it's not true.
To me,
yeah,
you
to
know,
you, but it's not true.
And it didn't mean anything to Africans prior to white folks coming there.
Why then African Union? Why did African Union put a charter saying that every country we should respect the borders as we inherited them from colonialism? Why? Because they knew if they don't do that, there will be conflict, there will be war all around. We have to respect those borders for now. If now we're gonna have to abolish the borders, it has to be our, by mutual understanding, mutual consent, as people are coming together.
That was then. Things are always changing. Maybe it's time for a change.
It's not by force. It's not by taking arms and start killing other people.
It was drawn on the map by force. They drew those current lines by force. Why can't you redraw some lines by force?
This that's ridiculous, man. That's the craziest shit I've heard today, man.
What's ridiculous about that?
Because you're not being for war and destabilization for his country, man. This dude's from the Congo.
Yeah, he is from the Congo. And the Congo is very destabilized right now.
And you want to add to it. You want to make it even worse.
How is that adding to it? The current situation that's going on right now.
Adding to it and invading another country, adding to it?
That's not invading another country. It's rebel. It's a rebel group. M23 are M23 are Congolese. They're not Rwandans. They're Congolese.
Let me explain to that. In M23 there is both. There are Congolese.
M23 is Congolese, brother.
Backed by who? Where are they getting the funding from?
It don't matter who they backed by. They're Congolese.
How does it not matter? It's not an internal conflict. It's between two different countries.
That's an internal conflict.
Why involved? But why did they have?
It's somewhat internal. It's somewhat. It's
not internal.
That's an internal conflict.
It's very gray. It's very gray. It's very gray when it says.
M23 is the Rwandan Special Force.
On call, bro. Don't get distracted with that, bro. That's nonsense, and we all know it, bro.
Yes, military. But then they take a face. It's like, do you remember in 1996 what happened? The Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi came together, their army with other African leaders like the Nyerere who were supporting them, some leader in South Africa. Then they look for a Congolese they will put forward as a face. That's Laurent Desire Kabila. That's what 1996 again, the war of invasion, Congo invasion happened. It's not the first time they do this. And later on, even that time, they were again refuting all the research, all the findings, like, no, Rwanda is not in Congo, no, Uganda is not in Congo. Until when Laurent Desire Kabila himself, he denounced them. He told them, no, we are finished with you. Now you can go back. You have been killing your brother Hutu and you kill a lot of Congolese. It's finished. You can go back. We will pay you, whatever amount you think that you lost.
Bro, let me ask you a question, on call. Let me ask you this. Is there any tribe from Rwanda that has any historical claim to any land in the Congo?
From Rwanda, none. There is none.
Bro.
There is none. This you can.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you another question?
Yes, go ahead.
So who's the guy that you personally see as the guy who's going to bring peace in Congo? If it's not M23, it's not Felix Tshisekedi, who's the internal guy from your perspective that's going to bring and usher in unity, peace, etc.?
Okay, you see, when it comes to a question like that, this is what I'll always. We cannot continue as African with thinking that there is this providential person, like the way how people are thinking about Rwanda, Kagame. Kagame is the guy. No, we have to go with principles, laws, and ideal. But there are a lot of guys, there are a lot of leaders in Congo who can do that. The problem in Congo, it's only that Felix have divided a lot of Congolese with the way how he was conducting the business. Even the army is divided. That's why in many parts, you will see the army is not even fighting because they are demoralized with what Felix have been doing. So Congolese need to, my suggestions, to support this dialogue which the church is trying to spearhead. Then from that dialogue, people will choose a leader who can, because he will be chosen among all those factions, among all those people. Then he will establish, for example, a government of national unity. That way, that's how we can do it. Then after we deal with this issue, we can go back to the way how we used to do like proper elections, not this sham which the
Bro,
Western.
y'all didn't have elections prior to
But
colonialism.
can I ask another question?
This is white man's way of living.
Yeah, go ahead.
But
there are people like Martin Fayulu, Bolojua, Mukwege. Those guys that can do a better job than what Felix is doing.
Yeah, but Felix Tshisekedi broke away from the opposition. There was an opposition bloc, right, against Kabila, and he broke away from the opposition bloc, correct? So is that opposition bloc still existing? Are they divided? What are they saying about the situation on the ground? Do they have a unity pact to take power? Stuff like that. What's going on the ground?
So that opposition bloc, which was called, I remember with Martin Fayulu and Moise Katumbi and stuff, that opposition bloc kind of still exists. Lamuka, it was called Lamuka. It still exists, but because there are other members also who were found to be compromised, which they put away, like Katumbi. They found that Katumbi didn't have a clear position, so they put him out. But that opposition bloc still exists. So, and the situation on the ground is just like Tshisekedi, after creating an army into the army, that brigade which you can hear, the Cobra, the Eagle, coming from his province of origin, he has been like trying to silence everybody. People have been killed, even Kinshasa. A lot of opposition leaders now they flee the country. Some are imprisoned, and some they are out of the country. Because of that, what he was trying, he created a milice. There is a force in his party, UDPS, which is called Force du Progrès, which start intimidating anybody. Every time when you criticize Felix, you were either intimidated or your house or your business will be, bent or stuff.
The world can rob the Congo, but soon as other Africans come and try to get some of those resources, oh no, it's a problem. No, it's an issue. Oh, y'all are boogeyman. Y'all need to get out.
Bro,
it's different. It's different.
That's
because
crazy.
The people who are calling the world robbing the Congo, they come. Yes, they are using the same guy who you are thinking that is just coming like other people. They are using him as a proxy, so as to have
Tshisekedi. They're using Tshisekedi as a proxy. You're right. You're absolutely
yes. Even Tshisekedi is a puppet. Is a puppet. But do you know that Tshisekedi tried to go into good nice contract with Kagame, so that they shouldn't, whatever they want to get by force or by by army, by killing people, they shouldn't do that. Then they can.
I mean, that's smart if you know that somebody can come take what you got. That's smart. I probably would do that if I was in his position too.
Hey, let me pass it something real quick. Let me pass it to Nigel. Oh, ask your question, Prince Pete. I'm gonna pass it to Nigel.
Why is Cassius so fixed on Kagame being the sole solution? Why is it not a multifaceted solution?
I'm not fixed on it. My issue is people attacking Kagame as he's the big bad boogeyman.
Because he's invaded another country.
Because he is.
He is the fucking boogeyman.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't believe he's the boogeyman. Ain't no boogeyman.
Tunaja. Hold on. Tunaja, what do you think, Tunaja?
Go ahead, Tunaja.
Yeah, greetings, Diana. Thank you for having me. Greetings, all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I support the sanctions against these leaders that are causing the trouble. Not that I'm looking for Western nations to sanction our leaders for us. I don't know what East African community is doing, or African Union, what they are doing to sort this issue out. Because what Rwanda has been doing is fomenting chaos in the next door neighbors' lands, and pretending as if they don't know what they are doing, claiming that they are being discriminated against, they are targeting their people. Who is targeting your people? You are the one going into another person's country, and you are doing it. Rwanda is doing a lot of exports of products that are not coming from their country. Like they have more exports of coltan than Congo. How does that even happen? And EU signed an agreement with Rwanda.
Rwanda has coltan as well. That's the same region.
No,
but
they
it's
don't.
Not easy to mine.
They do.
No,
that's the same region.
It's not in the country.
They don't have more than
They don't have more. They don't have more. However, they're more organized and exporting their coltan.
Can you stop that narrative? Stop that narrative. You know where
Yeah, bro, you can't come with that weak narrative.
And it's difficult to mine coltan. I know people who were mining in Rwanda.
Let me finish what I'm saying. See, it's a
coltan
fact.
Coltan is a mineral that's abundant in both Rwanda and the Congo.
Can you just stop that? You are the first person to say that it's not abundant in Rwanda. Stop it. Stop that fake narrative. It's not abundant in Rwanda. Stop it. Stop it.
You can just look that up.
Hey, this Keys. If you can do me, hold on 1 second. Sorry to cut you off.
I'll answer that. I like that question. I'll answer it. Yes. Okay. Those names, my friend, this is how they've been misleading people. Those names are not Kinyarwanda. Those names are in Kiunde, Mashi, and Kifuliru and Kinyanga. But because they are Bantu languages, they have the similarity to Kinyanga. For example, I'll go with one. Kishenyi, what you call today Gisenyi. The original name is Kieshenyi, which means in Kihunde, place to go get firewood. I'll go with the mountain which you call Nyiragongo. It's not Kinyarwanda, it's Kihunde and Kinyanga. It's derived from Nina Hongo. Then the colonialists, when they came, because they couldn't pronounce that, they write Nyiragongo. Kivu is not, it's Kiupu. Kiupu in Kihunde and Kihavu. Then they corrupt it and call Kivu. It's not Kinyarwanda, my friend. Do you know that Kiali actually? Kiali, which it came to be called Kigali. It's a Kihunde name. It's when the Bahunde saw other people migrating, Bahunde who were living in the western part of Rwanda today, like Luhengere, all this part, when they saw other family coming and installing themselves there in the area of Bwanachambo region, which it came to be known as Kigali, then they call it Kiali, another family arriving. Yeah. They are not Kinyarwanda. Stop that. Stop that. It's not true. It's a traditional Congolese name. Whatever name you're gonna be, like Nyamulagira, the name of volcano. That place Nyamulagira, it's where the Bahunde and Banyanga used to go to worship their, as we call their gods. The god, it was called Nyamulahiri. You understand?
But I'm just waiting on that answer. Is it coltan mines in Rwanda or not?
I was answering a super chat question, or the question which Dinas put there. That's when the European...
let me pass it back to Nigel.
There are coltan mines in Rwanda, but
in small quantity.
Exactly. Compared to this in the DRC, it's like minuscule. Now, DRC literally owns 60 to 80% of coltan in the world. That's what we are talking about here. So, and how is it that Rwanda is exporting more coltan than
they're more organized?
DRC? They're more organized. They are getting a lot of them. There's evidence of
they're buying it. They're buying it from the rebels. They're buying it from the rebels.
Okay, good.
Can I say something?
Well, hold on. Let two Nigel finish. Two Nigel has a minute, then I'll pass it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they are taking resources from this in DRC. That's evidenced already. I don't even want to go.
Or are they buying it from the rebels who are taking it from the DRC?
I don't want to exchange with you.
That's what I thought too. You're being disingenuous tonight.
No, it's a fact. I don't know why. I don't want to litigate the factual argument with somebody that don't want to see the truth.
Thank you.
See, 90 of they destroyed 90 IDPs in the DRC already, and these were already displaced, and they go and displace them even further. A population that makes less than 1% of the population of the country causes so much trouble, in the fellow African nations, this in country. Personally, I see that as a serious problem. You can't just keep causing trouble in other countries and expect to get away with it. And this Kagame has to answer for it, even within his country. He has run that country for this in 20 years, 25 years now at least, winning 97% of the vote. Who gave him 97% of the vote? And at the same time, he has not even groomed anybody to take over, because soon, when somebody takes over, if you look at the richest people in that country, they are all people of his own tribe. How is it that it's not even random that you will see somebody from the other tribe? You see someone, no, if you look at the richest people in the country, they are people from his own tribe. And you think this is normal behavior. That is not normal behavior. These are people that are used to ruling, and they don't see that other people have any rights to rule over them. And it's just wrong behavior. We as a people should be frowning on this type of behavior. They see themselves as custodians of a leadership in that region where they control Congo. It's unimaginable. A country is that small, because you are full of arrogance and you are being empowered from the outside, you have to control a massive population and the leadership of such a massive population. No, sooner or later they have to be put in their place. You are a small country, be who you are, and even within that country, the two seats are even small. It's ridiculous what I'm seeing here. We are supposed to be aspiring to a more representative system of government, and we are seeing a tiny minority constitute so much problem in that region. No, that needs to stop. We have to call it out for what it truly is. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Wasky from Atlanta. Let me pass it to
Thank you, Dinas. It's nice to be in your midst. I've been following you for a long time. I'm calling from Atlanta. Listen, the situation in Congo is so bad. I mean, when I was a child, I'm talking more than 50 years ago, there was a problem in Congo, and a lot of countries sent troops there to maintain some kind of peace. And over 50 years later, the place continued to go down because of the resources they have. They have the most resources anyway. Everybody knows that now. And the reason Rwanda is, carrying out a whole lot of the exportation of mineral resources is because they have access to Congo. I mean, they have the safest outlet through which these resources can go outside of the continent, and that's why people think that Rwanda has a lot of resources, or that they are processing these resources. Actually, 95 or more than 95% of these resources are coming from Congo, but the main export activity is from Rwanda because of safety of movement. So that's, the guy that was speaking mostly is not really helping the conversation, because he's not balanced. I'm trying to get some kind of the guy that was dominating the conversation. I've been listening. I'm trying to get.
He's talking about OB.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some understanding of actually the crisis, but he's not balanced in his presentation.
Let me do this. Hold on. Let me pass it to Kiza. Kiza is our special guest from Atlanta. Kiza, so quick question, Kiza, because this has kind of like been our back and forth in argument. I want to start here. Were there Hutus and Tutsis in present-day Congo before colonial times?
Yes, sir, there was. If I can give you a little background.
Call. Don't interrupt him, Call. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Kiza.
Before,
Can you give references, please? I'll give references.
Call. Let the man talk. Go ahead. Goodness. Go ahead, Kiza.
I want to give a little background. I am proudly to say that I'm from the area. I know the history growing up in Congo.
You're from where?
I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Where?
And I'm from the area. I'm from Rutshuru.
Okay.
Rutshuru.
He like, where you from?
Okay. I
just told you.
Guys, let him talk. Go ahead, Kiza.
Are you Munyavicha?
Well, okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kiza. Okay. I grew up in Kinshasa. My parents are originally from the area where there are wars in Eastern Congo in the province of North Kivu. If you want to ask me a question, that's fine. You tell me your name. And if you're also from Congo, I'll be glad to meet you and we can have very good, serious conversation.
Yes, I am.
So all those areas, North Kivu, if you hear the rebels have taken Bunagana, they have taken these are Kinyarwanda names, meaning that the local people, the local language speak Kinyarwanda or Kihutu or whatever dialect of Kinyarwanda you want to call it. There were people speaking those language even before colonial era.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Let me counter it.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Hold on. No, Carl. Let Kiza finish, and then when he's done, you can counter. Go ahead, Kiza.
Okay. As you all know, all of Africa was divided at the Bismarck-led Berlin Conference.
Yes.
People migrated and moved around and settled and shared spaces all over Africa.
Facts.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. And all over Congo, we can take trips to Congo. We can show you there are tribes living on both sides of the borders. And it's not
like that, but it's not. I understand this guy.
Sir, please stop cutting me off.
Let him finish.
Let him finish, Call.
Please stop cutting me off. Can you meet these people? I mean, I don't mind you disagreeing with me, but let me just finish my statement, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I've been all over Congo. I've been on the Atlantic side of Congo.
Me too. And I'm also from Kivu like you, and I know.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know. I don't know what your motivation, but you also have to understand in the background that there are local tribes that just have a problem with people who speak Kinyarwanda. That's every part of the Congo they are okay with, but when it comes to the minority, they just don't want to agree that these people had land here. All over Congo, you go on the other side, you have people on both sides of the border crossing, playing soccer at night and returning, crossing the border. Nobody cares. But when it comes to people who speak Kinyarwanda, oh, they were never here before. Is that normal, or you just hate?
No.
Yes.
Can I answer, Dynast? Let me answer, Kiza.
No.
Let me finish.
You're not about to dominate this, Call. Let Kiza finish, then you can speak. Go ahead, Kiza.
Okay.
Ruchuru, Bunagana, all those places, the white men didn't name them. Those are names in Kinyarwanda. They were there before the white person got there. Even the local tribes, you're not about to go in the mountains and the hills and impose a name on a locality that doesn't belong to you. So Banyarwanda people, Tutsu or Hutu, they were dominating those areas. So,
can you give even one reference, any verifiable reference to that?
My friend, if I write a book, I'll have references. We are having talks right now. If you want to go Google it and do your own research, go Google it and do accurate research. But I'm telling you,
it's not that much to ask for a reference, bro.
I'm sorry?
I said it's not too much to ask for a reference so we can.
No, it's not too much, but do you want me to start telling you do you want me to tell you go here? Listen, this is not the point, but if we're going to have a forum, right, or colloquium, I will bring all my stuff. We're going to sit there and we're going to share all our facts. We can do that.
You remember Mwamindeze?
Listen, Mwamindeze used to come eat at my house.
Good.
That was my dad.
Good. Since you agree to that, finish. Then I'll talk.
Yeah. So Mwamindeze is a person who is our leader in Rutshuru.
Good.
So anywhere there was a Hutu, there is also a Tutsi. So you cannot say, oh, there were just Hutu, there is no Tutsi. No. But I'm open to questions. Go ahead.
All right. Now, Dynast, as I told you before, I'm not going to come here and just speak like a Kiza. I understand Kiza. Oh, first of all, nice to meet you. And as brother, me too, I'm from Kivu. I was born in Bukavu. Part of my family is in Goma. Another part is in Uvira. So all that area, it's home. If you know the Alois family in Rwanda, in Kigali, it was a well-known family, a Tutsi rich family. They were partners to my family in business. So I had a chance of moving around all that area. And luckily for me, since this, I would love us to have a peace conversation and a true and meaningful conversation, then find a way forward and speak the truth. That's what I'm here for. And as I explained before, you can see like in my genealogy, there are Nilots. There are Nilotics from my mother's side. I don't refute to that. But me, I'm a person of truth, and since in 10 years, so as to understand this issue and what's a problem, I invest myself in doing research, buying documents, finding documents. Okay, I believe, Brother Kiza, you'll be considered Munyawisha, right?
No, in Rutshuru, man. I'm from Rutshuru.
You're from Rutshuru. Okay. Yeah. Okay, people, now I'll explain to you. Do you see Kiza? Yes, is our brother, Congolese of Rwandan origin, and how it came to be. I'll give you a reference. The book is called The Tutsi in Eastern Congo Zaire, a case study, South Kivu. And another document I'll give, it's written by Spitals. He was during the colonial time in 1950 to the independence, he was the governor of Kivu. And he produced a lot of documentation. You know Spitals, right? Have you ever read any document by Spitals?
Can I say something?
Wait,
when you ask me a question like that?
Let me continue now. In this book, they speak about the Federal Kingdom of Baira. And here they speak about how the Banyarwanda, the history of the Belgian from in the 1908, 1960, recognized the migration of Banyarwanda or the population from Rwanda, the Hutu and Tutsi onto its soil. You understand? So here in the same book, on the following page, they give the number of the population whom they brought in the 1920, and they came and installed them in that area where there was a Catholic missionary. They brought the Bahutu, a lot of Bahutu, and few.
And when was this call?
This was in the 1920.
Okay, so you're saying there were no Hutus and Tutsis and no Hutus and Tutsis in that region of the Congo before 1920.
Before colonization, there was none.
Akiza, what are your thoughts on that?
Hold on. These are colonialists. These are colonialists, and I'm giving references. I can give even two. Another book.
Colonialists that gave y'all problems.
Come on, hold on, Kiza. What are your thoughts on that, Kiza?
Okay, so there is a mind set in Africa that is supposed to sprout division and hate. That's exactly the books these guys is reading, you know? And there are people, this is the craziest part. The craziest part is black people like this guy or others, they are trying to hold on to this colonial heritage, that's these colonial borders. They're like, oh, this is the Congo and those people don't belong. I've never seen people hold on to those white people colonial division instruments, those borders. It's crazy. It's like my grandfather grew up and was born in Rutshuru. You had these white guys like Stanley come and use him as a porter. Porter meaning like there were no roads. So they'll have every person put stuff on their backs, you know, and then climb hills and mountains. People like Stanley will come over there and they'll pay a chief and they'll give him 20 like porters, you know. There are porter tracks that Stanley will hire, you know, and all these people. And my grandfather was
I noticed that you didn't answer the question.
Please answer the question. Well, I'm trying to get there. And my grandfather was part of it. And it shows he was born in 1800s. My dad was born in 1934, you know. So saying that, I'm not saying from the book or from the this, but my dad being born in 1934 in something that had no borders before, you cannot tell me that there were no people of Hutu or Tutsi in those areas. That's just wrong.
So can I ask you a question, Kiza? Was there any recognized border or boundary between the kingdoms and from tribes in Rwanda that crossed over into the Congo present day borders?
Okay, now that's where we should get at. Were there recognized borders? Yes, kingdoms had limitations. Like, you know, this area here is the Empire of Mali, the Empire of Songhai, the Empire of Congo, right? Guess what? Also, there were expansionism
Bahunde, the kingdom of Banyanga, right? The kingdom of Bantu.
Man, you cutting me off, bro.
Calm down, bro. Go ahead,
No,
Keith.
I'm just reminding
And
him
guess
because
what?
he's my brother from Congo.
Please let
Man,
him
you
finish.
are excited, man. You need to take a chill pill, please. So listen, there were, as any dynasty, one king will expand or one king will lose ground or so. So some kings expanded their territory over the spaces of others, right? And there were some tribes that were not well organized where they didn't have a kingdom. One thing is for sure is Banyarwanda, like he's calling them, the ones from Kigali, they were organized into creating a kingdom, you know? So it started from Kigali or whatever, or Butare, where the capital kingdom was. But to the question, were there limits on those kingdoms and such? Yes, there were limits that changed based on wars. Some people took ground, some people lost ground, some people expanded. You know, Bashi had their chief in the South Kivu, you know. So if we have to recognize what is what, you will find that over time, those things changes. Some people came under the rules of other kings. And one thing is for sure, I cannot tell you that this here was how big Rwanda or the kingdom of Rwanda was, you know, because I can tell you that some people, the Hutus who were living in Rutshuru, which is in present day Congo, but they were not falling under the rule of the king in Rwanda, but they spoke Kihutu, which is a dialect of Kinyarwanda. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're saying it wasn't a recognized part of the kingdom. They just were people who had nomads who had been living in this area. That's what you're saying,
yes.
Right?
So that goes to say that yes, they are Hutu and they live in Rutshuru, but they don't fall under the kingdom of Rwanda.
They were under.
But does that mean that they were not there? Does that mean that they were not? What?
But they were under Bahunde, right? They were under Bahunde and Banyanga kings, right?
Yeah, I just said that. They could have been under Bahunde or whatever. Yes, they could have been.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, let me just ask you a straight question, please. See, when in your mind did the first settlers from what you call Rwanda arrive in where you call DRC today?
Well, first of all, you know about Hutu.
And hold on. The second question is, in your mind, what is the percentage of that population versus the population of the entire country of DRC?
Okay. More question? Are you done with the question?
Yes.
Okay. So can we agree that Bahutu are Bantus, right?
Yes, I explained here so many times. It's a subgroup of Bantu.
So when you're gonna talk about Hutus, you have to study the whole.
When did they first arrive?
And they are Bantu. They are Bantu originally only from Rwanda and Burundi.
Omkar, let him answer. Let him give us his own date so that we're all on the same page. In your mind,
here's the thing. Not in my mind. Not in my mind. Not in my mind. Not in my mind. Please.
No. So no. If you concur with what is out there, I will agree.
Not in my mind. If you guys want to, it's simple.
You are making it up. I'm just saying your opinion.
Let me answer, man. Let me answer, please. You just agreed that Hutus are Bantu. Now, you kind of want to admit something and you want to exclude them at the same time. Make up your mind, my friend.
I didn't say anything about Hutus or Bantus. I just asked you, when do you think...
Man, come on, man. You just agree with me that the Hutus are Bantus, didn't you, right?
No, I didn't disagree. I'm not talking about this thing and this. I'm just talking about...
Okay, you cannot talk about people and being settlers. If you said that you guys were there at XYZ time, the Hutus were probably there before you.
When did they arrive? That's what I'm trying
to
get.
They did not arrive. The area
clearly the document shows that they arrived sometime in the 18th and 19th century.
Well, if they arrived, everybody in Africa knows that the Pygmies were the original people until the
Now you are waffling.
Dinah, can I speak now? Kisa has spoken about...
I didn't speak. You keep cutting me off. You cut me off. You cut me off. See, I didn't come here to add to a noise. I try to add my personal experience, so that's why I got invited. I didn't ask to come to add to a noise. So everybody in Africa knows that the pygmies are the original people that populated
Don't call my
Central
people
Africa.
pygmy. Call them Batu.
No, let him talk, bro. Let him talk. Damn.
So,
no, he has to correct Batu.
oh man, you need to calm down, please.
Quiet, man. Uncle, I'm going to remove you, Uncle. Go ahead, Keith.
Humanity has known this. You have known a bigger group of people that came and expanded into your land. The Indians, the Native Americans have been experienced of this. Also, you have to admit that the Bantu were the ones who went and took over some pygmies. The pygmies were kind of like just, they let themselves be pushed over. A pygmy in Rwanda is called a Twa, who's also a pygmy in their area. So the Hutu also came and settled into some pygmy land. Let's understand that. So nobody can say that Bahunde were here before Hutu. That is not true. As we agree, Hutus are Bantus, and then Bantus have settled Central Africa in a group, people taking the areas as they were basically moving forward. So the Hutus, anything that says East Congo was majority, those war area were mostly Hutus, and the Pygmies came to speak also Kihutu. So a Twa, a Hutu, and the Tutsi all speak Kinyarwanda. So
okay, can I speak a little bit now?
Go ahead.
Well, let me hold on. Let me just pass it one time to Waski from Atlanta. What do you think?
Thank you, Diana. I was hoping that I would get some insight as to, the basic cause of the conflict, but I'm so confused now because some of the panelists actually tend to be partisan because they come from this side or they're all Congo. They all come from Congo. But for those of us who are not familiar with Congo as a country, we just lost because we have some internal squabbles because of the people who are original Congolese. This I can attest that 2 or 3 people on this panel are from Congo, but they have the knowledge, but I don't have any idea what they're talking about. I was going to ask whether the Hutus and Tutsis are found in Congo. Not whether they are, they were brought in to mine but if they are residents of Congo. That was my...
Can I answer?
Yes.
Congolese, we consider our brother Hutu and Tutsi as a citizen of Congo.
Fantastic.
So this is you have to understand how the constitution has worked. So there is Congolese of origin. In the 1960s, the constitution was saying is Congolese, the one who can trace from his family, any member who was a member of any person who was a member of authentic Congolese tribe, which the Belgian or the colonizer, when they came, those tribes were there. Like there was a political organization, social organization, like the Bashi, Bavira, Congo, Bahunde, Banyanga, and then, but there is also the Congolese citizenship was also opened to our brothers Hutu, especially and Tutsi, who were brought in Congo during the colonization. Yes, they are brothers. I consider Kiza as my brother Congolese. That is not the issue. That is not the issue. The issue is that in this region, there is a group of politicians from one social group which is trying to dominate the whole region. And this is their agenda, which they are not telling other people. And other people have the difficulty of understanding. But it's not the issue of citizenship. It's a issue of a certain group of politicians in this region. They think they were told by Europeans that they are superior.
I got you. I'm from Nigeria. I know what you're talking about. Yes. I know.
And they internalized that spirit that they are superior. They were supposed to rule. That's why they did what they did, killing people in Uganda, and they are ruling there. That's why they took part in the killings of people in Rwanda, but because they have this powerful backings, they never face justice. And they are trying now to export that ideology in Congo. And it's not only Congo, but they are now discussing that ideology as if there is some people in Congo who are being killed by other Congolese.
A Nigerian understands that perfectly. He knows.
Yes.
While it's not the truth.
I
you understand now the issue in Congo?
I got it. I was, because I saw a clip here last week where some expatriates were living, and I'm like, they have expatriates there too? It's so confusing, that the people you see in the mines are Congolese. But then when I started seeing people, taking a living, flying out, and, I said, oh, okay, now I'm beginning to understand what's going on.
Yes.
It's really, conflict for control of resources.
Yes.
And
the brother Kita can attest to this. He knows that before the 90s, yes, there was skirmishes. For example, me, as I told him, I know North Kivu well. Even before in the 1990s, there were some skirmishes between the Bahutu, our brother Bahutu, and the Banande because of political issue. But it was not like we need to finish you. Now we need to wipe you out. The bigger conflict came up when this group take power in Rwanda. And as I explained before, if you read the book In Praise of Blood, there is a map. It was done by purpose to push as much Rwandan refugees, or especially as much Hutu refugees in Congo, because they knew with the geography in Congo and the wealth in Congo, their plan will take longer to be discovered, and they will be perpetuating this conflict. It was done by purpose.
All right, let me
thank you.
Is that Keith?
Can I add to that? I'm not going to disagree just to disagree, but I'm going to add to that. In some aspect of it, he is right. There is a group of politicians that are trying to sway the pendulum of their power so they can dominate. That I agree. But let's not be blinded by hate, because we are all Africans here. You have to recognize that. You have to recognize that anytime you're starting to disagree with the other African, you have to do it within reason and not to fall in the trap of the colonizer. If all your instruments are books, so and so, another white person wrote a book about this issue. Listen, I would never quote a white person on any issue related to Africa. You guys keep falling into those traps.
No. This book was written by an African. The book was written by African, but he quotes because we have to be realistic, bro. The people who wrote, yes, our ancestors were there. They have their own archive. But if I provide a Bahunde or Bafuliro or Bashi archive, our brothers, Banyarwanda, they're gonna refute it. They're gonna say because we have this conflict, that's why they're saying that, or that's why you're providing.
Okay. You see where we disagree. That's where you want to quote that the white man told us this is our space.
He didn't tell us. It's reality which this people.
You keep going back to there. You should overcome that. You should overcome that. Look, Congo is for you and me. We're in the present now. You and me, we are Congolese. You keep trying to hold on to the white man told me this is my space.
No.
Come on, man, let it go. Let it go.
When I tell you, when I use the Bahunde archive, you refute it. You're gonna say that
you need to let it go. You need to let it go, bro. We are both Congolese.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Kwame Nkrumah. Let me quote Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah and Lumumba were working so that they could get rid of all the borders in Africa. Do you understand that?
I know that.
So you need to these traps that the white people listen to me. These traps, white people, especially the ones who walk around with the degrees that they got from Western institutions, they keep working for the white man. They keep saying, you know what?
Let him speak.
They keep saying that, this is what the socio-political science that I will learn from Harvard. They taught us this and they taught us this. Listen, they set you up so you can work against your own people. Listen to yourself when you talk, man. Bahunde maps. This was our space. Come on, bro. Let it go. if you I just admitted that you and me are Congolese, we're in the present. All that stuff is in the past. What can we work together to make the future better?
Then
He's talking about trying to defend his country,
most
bro,
of our brothers
from
from
invasion.
Rwanda they don't like to accept reality and the truth? Why
We're talking about Congo here. Don't focus on Rwanda people, man. Let it go.
Kiza, you're pretending as if you don't know what your people are doing. And this is a disingenuous behavior. If I ask you now, do you support them to Ukraine?
Hold on. Tonight, you say his people. What do you mean? He's Congolese.
Yeah, no. You see, what they do is they pretend as if they don't know. Like if you are, you see, this kind of stuff can lead to injustices. When you are in the same country, it's like when white people are you are white people in America, and they pretend as if there's no problem between the black community and the white community. That is what is going on here. They pretend as if they don't know. If you look at them, generally they look slightly different. That's why the Europeans say that they are like that, because their DNA, by and large, especially on their paternal side, is tied to generally North Africa. They have E1B1B gene. They are pastoralists. They see the others as inferior. And if you look at the continent, there is always conflict between that group. Like in Nigeria now, you have the Fulanis and the Hausas competition with the southern Nigerians. This is the same trend they are seeing, and even you go to Mauritania, you see the minority Berbers controlling the black people, the vast majority of black population. You see the same pattern in Rwanda, where 10% of the population is basically ruling the country right now. And when it comes to DRC, they pretend as if they don't know. And I don't like when we are pretending.
Let me ask Kiza, can you name me 2 places where Congolese have killed, like in these years, where Congolese have targeted Tutsi and killed them? Can you name me even one place in these 3 years?
Okay, wait.
Is there any place?
Brother who was just talking who was talking about Nigeria and Mauritania. What's his name? I'm sorry.
To Niger.
It's to Niger.
To Niger. Okay. I agree with you 100%. See, that's about the tools and the instruments that the white people have left, but they left so we can always have conflict. You know what happens in Africa right now is
Okay, he is frozen. I wanna say this from what the brother said about. I wanna refute what he said. I don't like calling my people.
Stop cutting me off, man. I wanna agree with you, but you keep cutting me off, man.
You froze, man.
Okay, so inclusion. See, in the north there are Mboro minorities. Congolese people have this thing where, especially the where the Kinshasa, the capital is, they are so ignorant. If you don't look like them, you're foreigners.
You are mixing up stuff. You are mixing up stuff. You are mixing up stuff. Let's finish one by one. First of all,
No.
Let Kiza finish. Go ahead, Kiza.
We gotta stop falling into the trap of you are a minority, you cannot rule, or you don't belong. You actually, a big part of your group is in that country, so go back to that country. You belong there. You're no longer supposed to hold a post here. Listen,
is that true to Congo? Is that true to Congo, or is it a lie?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I'm here as a refugee. I got to be in America because I ran as a refugee. They took a bunch of Tutsi people. They killed them just because you are attacking us.
Where? Yeah,
in Mulenge. Mulenge, they are always under attack.
Do you know even Mulenge? Let me show that this
Mulenge. Bro, okay.
Let me prove that this
denial is wrong. You can't deny people are getting killed.
Let him talk. Like he's saying that their people are destroyed, they were attacked, and you are just interrupting him.
Yes. Yes,
no,
you know what? Believe me, man. Listen, calm down, man. I'm trying to get to where you are. See, this warring and conflict. I'm not gonna say only Tutsi are getting killed. Yes, Tutsi are getting killed. Also, Bahunde. Also, everybody's in a war zone is getting killed. Guess what's happening? Congolese People's Army, the national army, they are so corrupt. They don't pay their soldiers. Anytime the soldiers arrive in the villages, it's actually them who's actually offending and suppressing and also victimizing the people they're supposed to protect, because they also come from a different part of the country. The people don't know that, Even the UN peacekeepers are amazed about the indiscipline of this army, They will come and they will rape women because they're not our tribe. You know, so I'm trying to agree with this brother here who keeps like interrupting me.
That's not true. Kiza,
okay.
let me
Okay,
speak and provide facts.
No, hold on. I gotta pass the mic.
No,
Hold on, one mic.
You're gonna let him lie and then let the lie slide? Dynas, what is that? No, he's lying.
You're not about to dominate this on call. I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you saying that Congolese soldiers are not going into communities in Congo and raping and pillaging and I guess marginalizing the people of those communities? Is that what you're saying? Call it's a lie.
Let me explain. It's not true because you have to understand what happened.
Oh, come on.
Yes, you asked me a question. Let me answer. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Let me answer. Man, this is what's happening, Dynas. Hey, can you let me speak? I will speak. I'll tell the discipline.
Okay, one more time. I'm gonna ask you this question again, Call. Are you saying that Congolese soldiers are not going to communities that they're supposed to protect and they aren't raping?
Those are not Congolese. Those are not authentic Congolese. You have to understand that they injected in Congolese army. They injected Banyarwanda. They injected the Rwandan force in Congolese army, and those are the ones who go to America and rape people.
This guy is confusing himself.
Let me speak. Do you know that Congolese army has been infiltrated by Rwandan and Ugandan? You know
Please drop this guy from your call, man. Please drop this guy from your call. I'm trying to work with him, but
this guy lied that they were Tutsi who killed in Mulenge. Listen, in Mulenge, actually, I can give you references. In Mulenge, you cannot find even one because Mulenge is a village.
I got it. Call. You're nuts, bro. You're nuts. So
you got
it.
It didn't take much for to show he's crazy. This guy he showed himself to be crazy.
Give me 1 minute to counter what you gave Kisa, maybe 10 minutes to speak. Let me counter what he said, and I'll give references that you can check by yourself.
You know, let him finish the talk, and then I'll show you where he's confusing himself.
Hold on.
Give him the floor.
One at a time. Let me answer the question.
Let me answer the question.
No. Hold on.
One mic. Your mic time is over, bro.
I'm speaking. Okay, so I'm confused now. So you're saying that if I'm a Rwandan or Ugandan, I can serve in the Congolese army?
That is not. Listen, you have to understand what happened to Congo. That's what I'm
What kind of nonsense is that?
Listen, in 2003. Listen.
No. I need clarity on this.
Yes, I want to give you clarity.
You're not gonna talk over me, Call. I'm gonna ask the question again. All right, I want a straight answer. Are you saying right now, because you just said that it's not the Congolese doing this, it's Rwandans and Ugandans. Are you saying that right now a Rwandan could come to the Congo or Uganda can and serve in the Congolese army? That's all I'm asking. Go ahead.
In 2003, they injected a lot of Ugandan and Rwandan in Congolese army. You can find this in reports by Listen, you can find this in the report of EU about that army. That's why the last time I told you here that Congolese army is so infiltrated to the point that that's why you'll see even when Congolese army plan an attack, it will be already known by Rwandan because there is a lot of Rwandan elements in Congolese army.
He's right.
This is even in UN and EU reports, guys. But you don't understand.
From Uganda, I know this.
I'm trying to tell you. This is in reports. It was written.
I'm from Uganda, guys. I know this.
When they did the brassage, they put Rwandan army. When Rwandan soldiers were found in Congo and Ugandan soldiers were found in Congo, then Congo tried to protest, but they didn't have much force. For example, you can Google the guy called Bosco Ntaganda. He's a Munyarwanda who was serving in Congolese army as a general. When he did atrocities, he ran to Rwanda, but because it was a shame to the US put pressure to Kagame, and they took him to ICC. When he went to ICC, what did he say? He said he was born in Rwanda and he's a Rwanda. There is many cases of those in Congolese army.
Let me re-ask my question. So are you saying non-Congolese citizens can serve in the Congolese army?
Dynas, before he answers quickly, that is an invalid question, bro, because you're making it sound as though you don't understand the history.
No. What do you mean? Got to understand the issue? Okay, how
can you ask that kind of question?
Okay, so right now, can I go to Congo and serve in the Congolese military?
Don't you know that Tutsis have served in Uganda,
No,
Rwanda,
okay,
and Congo
you're not
army?
Talking about
Don't you know that?
no, you're not going to talk over me. Okay, again, please make this make sense. Are you saying non-Congolese citizens could serve in the DRC military? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so that it can make sense to you. Let me explain to you. Do you know that Kagame and
the argument don't make sense. This argument don't make sense, man.
Listen,
It don't make sense.
Hold on, give me now time to explain so that it can make sense to you.
Man, listen, it don't make sense.
They don't know their history, man.
I don't want to.
They don't know their history.
I don't want to.
That place is so complex, more complex than Nigeria.
You want to ask a question, but you don't want to.
I'm gonna mute. I want to answer. Can non-Congolese citizens serve in the Congolese military? That's all I want to know.
Okay, can I answer?
Is it yes or no?
Yeah. Since you know that there is Banyarwanda who are in Congo, those Banyarwanda, like now we've entered.
God damn, man. Are they Congolese citizens or not?
Listen, but Dinas, you are asking a question which is not to be answered in yes and no. Dinas,
just say yes and then expatiate.
Let me give.
Bro, can non-Congolese citizens serve in the Congolese military? Yes or no? Jesus.
There is a way how Congo was forced to accept that. Congo was forced to accept non-Congolese citizens to serve in Congolese army. And I can give you reference.
Can I have 1 minute?
Holocaust in Congo. Do you know that Kagame used to be in Ugandan army?
Hold on, I'm to the point now. Let Kagame run the Congo, man.
There you go.
Come on, let him run it.
Dennis, can I have 1 minute? Can I have 1 minute, please? I am asking the mic. I'm asking the mic.
For a long time.
Keys, I'm gonna pass it to you. I am now after hearing this. I'm for the amount of excuses from the Congo since the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. I am for Kagame taking over and running the Congo. I'm all for it.
Dennis, you're only saying that because you don't know the history of Kagame.
Oh, what history?
Do you know about the Luero?
So
do you know about Luero? Dennis, I want to know if you know this history.
Yeah.
Do you know? Have you heard of Luero massacre? Have you heard of that before?
What's that got to do with Congolese citizens serving in the military?
Because this is the beginning. Before you heard of the Rwanda genocide and all of that, they were already in Uganda doing the same thing. Uganda was more or less their playing ground. That's how they got started. You don't even know their history, man. Have you heard of the
Dennis, can I ask the floor? Dennis, can I ask the floor? I'm asking the mic. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Can I have 1 minute?
Kiza has the floor. Go ahead, Kiza.
Okay. Man, listen, every time you listen to an extremist argument, they always are contradicting themselves, even the Trump extremists. But listen to this guy here. First of all, he said that, the Congolese army is not doing that. I'm lying. Okay, fine. Then he just said that, listen, the army is infiltrated. So you mean it's infiltrated by some Tutsi soldier? Yes. So the same Tutsi soldiers are going into Bunagana and raping Tutsi women? Come on, man. You don't make sense.
Is it Bunagana? The majority of Bunagana people are not Tutsi. I believe you know that. The majority of Bunagana people.
Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Okay. You know I didn't finish my minute. Bro, let me finish my minute, please, and you have the floor.
You killed people in Bambo and the Kishishe.
Let me finish my minute. Let me finish my minute. Oh my God. Can I finish my minute?
Go ahead. But I asked
so the way it works is this.
Speak as well.
Oh my God, bro. Can I finish my minute? The way it works is this. They will fly people in from the Western Congo, and these people will land in Eastern Congo. They will act like, okay, you guys, we're here to secure you guys. The government are so corrupt, they don't even pay those soldiers. Those soldiers will go into the villages, and then they will start seeing these civilians who have nowhere to go. They're like, why are you guys not running? There you go. Therefore, you must be helping the rebels. They start victimizing the same people
Can you give any references? Because this thing.
I don't need references, bro. I talk to people in the villages. I talk to the people. They tell you the Congolese army is coming there, flown from far away, and they're the ones victimizing them. They're the thieving. They're the ones victimizing.
Let me.
You know what? Sorry,
you
bro.
give this
Just
guy
quickly.
more time. Okay.
Just quickly, bro. We have a similar character in Uganda to this Kiza.
Yes.
There's another guy. I think he says he's from the Banyankole region, but we all know that they've been heavily infiltrated by Tutsis. So people like Kiza, I've heard many arguments like him. Like, it's not a surprise that he's on. He's trying to make excuses.
And tell them that you are not from Congo. You are Uganda. Tell them that you are not from Congo.
I'm not from Congo, bro.
You're not answering. You guys aren't answering the question. I'm just like,
let me answer now. Can I answer?
So
I haven't even had a chance to fully break down his history, man.
Let the guy from Uganda speak, please. Let the guy from Uganda speak.
Go ahead. Koji, I think his name is. Go ahead. Koji, go ahead.
Do you guys understand who Kagame and Museveni was in Uganda?
They were friends.
They don't understand, most of them.
They were not citizens in Uganda at all. They were foreigners. They were more or less refugees in Uganda.
Yeah.
So ask yourself a question. How in the hell did they manage to become presidents and then hold on to power all this time?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Okay.
Tell us, bro.
I'm asking the question. How did that happen? Because you guys are making all these
these are CIA operatives, man. These are CIA operatives. The CIA helps them with a lot of intel.
All right. Quick question. Let me see if you understand the history. Do you know what Ubwenge is?
Yeah, that's especially.
It's what?
I understand. Ubwenge is a philosophy of our brother Banyarwanda, especially of Tutsi aristocracy. Yes, Tutsi, where they, it encompasses cunning, malignity,
lies and
lying,
deceiving.
Dissimulating, duplicity. So they can tell you, this was written even some Banyarwanda philosopher a long time ago.
Tutsis already spoke about this.
Yes.
You ask me a question and I tell you the more plausible. Museveni and Kagame are CIA operatives. They are doing the USA interest. If you don't want to go with that, you want to go with some hoo-ha-ha shit. That's you.
The thing is,
he's trying just to explain.
You're missing the whole point. Like, these guys, are more or less, they're trying to build a dynasty. And it's through their bloodline, the Nyiganya dynasty. They're trying to rebuild that. So I'm not surprised that they're more or less protected by the West. And I'm not surprised to hear Dinas say that he's for Kagame, because he doesn't understand, like, he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know.
Man, I'm surprised that you trying to not understand that the white man here from the USA, from the CIA, is the enemy, making you and I here argue and disagree. You need to rise above our differences, man. You need to rise above that.
Bro, it seems like you're trying to cover up the facts, bro.
No. It's not that. I don't. You're talking about the white man.
My thing is, I do not believe that Rwandan Ugandan soldiers are.
See, you're wrong again, bro. When you classify it as Uganda and Rwanda, put it this way: Uganda is made up of 16 different nations. Buganda, Bunyoro, Bugisu,
dude, that's
all
the
of these
past.
different nations.
We're talking Uganda. We're talking Uganda 2025, man.
No, I'm talking Uganda as the real owners of Uganda.
The brother's talking. Where is he from? Are you in London? He's got the UK accent.
I grew up in the UK because of.
Where are you now? Where are you now?
I had to move out of Uganda, man.
Okay, so again, what can we all rise above our differences, man? Why we have to focus on our differences?
Let me explain. You cannot rise
to it quickly,
something you don't understand. Let him explain.
It's identity, bro. Everybody, all of these nations have their
territories.
Look
at the European Union, man. These people have fought for 100 years.
Land.
In Europe, people fought for hundreds of years.
Tutsis have no ancestral land to any region there, bro.
Fighting.
Oh, see, here it comes now. The Tutsi have no ancestors. There we go. Here it comes.
There's the hate.
It's coming out now.
Let me say it clearly.
No, I'm gonna mute you because it's coming out now. So that's why you can make a stupid, crazy comment and support it. That Rwandan and Ugandan soldiers are serving in the Congolese military, and they're doing the raping and pillaging. That's crazy.
Yeah. Now, Dinas, let me explain
That's crazy.
How it's possible. Dinas, let me explain. Do you remember that Paul Kagame and Kabarebe, just a lot of current officers in Rwandan army, they also served in Rwandan army. Ooh, guys, I'm sorry, I gotta leave.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, Dynas, thanks for giving me the audience, but I hate to say that I didn't really get anywhere because of the internal strife.
Dynas, you gotta mute people. You gotta mute people. Maybe that's where we can have some good information come through. And
I just couldn't get through for some reason. It's crazy. I thought Nigeria was having a problem, but this is worse.
But Nigeria has a problem, but they built an economy that is known to be the biggest economy. You work, you understand that we're here to make money, even though you are a different tribe. Let's do business, Yeah,
it was.
But let me tell you something.
Go ahead, Kiza.
Congolese people are stuck in this mode where, look, before we do business, I just want to make sure to tell you that you don't have any lands here. That's exactly what that guy said. They're stuck in that mode. They don't want to do business. They're stuck in the mode. Huh?
No, go ahead, Keys. Don't interrupt me. Go ahead, Keys. No. Go ahead, Keys.
Man. See, Nigeria has so many tribes, so many differences. But Nigeria are now in 2025. They're like a modern man. They understand the power of the almighty dollar. Let's do business and let's build our country. Congo, which is a lot of resources in Africa. If they exploited, it'll be the biggest. But in all the indexes, in all the statistics, the poorest country in Africa, they are stuck in reverse gear. They are going back to 1800s every day. They want to make sure that you are my tribe before we do business. Let me tell you about the current president. And I think almost everybody that he's trying to talk to right now is agreeing that they have to leave because they had the power for 8 years. All they've been doing is plundering, embezzling, 200 million here, $300 million there. These guys, he put people in his tribe in all the offices, all the ministries, just his tribe. He don't want to work with anybody else. Congo is stuck in reverse. In Nigeria, at least you have problems, but you are building an economy. See how crazy that is? And that is the reason there is a rule right now in Congo.
But just quickly, what you call, it seems like you're trying to, explain development, like Nigeria's developed. I see that as gentrification, bro. I see it as like the real owners of Nigeria not really, they don't have control or ownership, like real ownership in their own land, man.
I'm not going to speak about Nigeria. I'm speaking about Congo, man. Let's speak about Congo.
It's everywhere in the continent. This is what I was trying to get to, bro. All of these nations, the Yorubas, even the Baganda in Uganda, yeah, we have our own territory, but unfortunately the Tutsis are more or less governing everything in the military, police, and everything, man.
Man, so I didn't know there was a person who has a problem. Look, if you have a conflict with Tutsis, man, I don't think a Tutsi can do anything to me, man. I don't think a Tutsi can do anything to me. Apparently, you're giving him a lot of power. You think he's the one blocking you.
He's already...
They're invading the Congo,
been trying to say this for the last 30 years. Congo is only now just trying to see it. We've been seeing it for the last 30 plus years, man, in Uganda.
I'm sorry if I may ask, is Kagame a Tutsi?
Yes.
More or less, yes. He looks to me, when I look at him, I see someone like he's a Somali or like Eritrean. So I don't know how he can say he's from that region. Like it just doesn't make sense to me, but.
Hello.
All right, go ahead, Congo.
Yeah, so it seems like Diana Samira, if that's your name,
Dynasty
like you understand this matter on the surface level. You don't understand it from the root level.
Congo. I'm still
exactly,
trying. No, Congo. I'm still trying. I still want to hear an explanation of how Rwandan and Ugandan troops are really doing the raping because they serve in the Congolese military.
Me
Okay,
too.
let me explain that.
Man,
Let's
that
go
was
slow.
some bullshit, man.
Hey,
That
That's what
guy
I'm saying.
is
It's some
nuts.
bullshit. So this, I mean, when I hear shit like that, I'm just like, okay, this is some bullshit.
look,
But go
let
ahead,
me
Sergeant.
explain it. Let me explain it.
Go ahead.
So the thing that Uganda and Rwandan troops to be found in Congo, it goes back to Kabila. Let's start with Mobutu. So when Mobutu was in power, we know Mobutu.
I don't think he
Mobutu, oh my
understood
God.
you,
Hey,
Dynast.
bro, listen to me.
I don't think he understood you, bro.
When Mobutu came to power, he came as a puppet. He served the USA for quite some years. But Mobutu, when he came to power, he was an ignorant man. He was an ignorant young man. So they used him to kill, to sabotage Lumumba. But as Mobutu gained experience in politics, he came to become more Pan-African, and he started blocking the interests of the Western world. But this is where things turn around. Habyarimana from Rwanda.
No, he had buyer's remorse.
Hey, Habyarimana from Rwanda, who was there, they approached him by the USA to invade Congo. They approached him to invade Congo. And he said, no, I cannot invade Congo because those are my brother. If I have problem, I will go to Congo. You see? Now, when Habyarimana refused, he didn't know that they're gonna play him. So they used they used animosity that was in Rwanda between the Hutus and Tutsi. So they used the Tutsi to bring Habyarimana down. They shoot the plane of the Rwandan president and the Burundian president. So they shoot his plane. This was already pre-planned. So they shoot his plane down. They bring in Kagame. They install in Kagame, and in Uganda, Museveni was already a president. Museveni too is a part of the Tutsi tribe. So they bring in Kagame. 2 years later, the Uganda and then Rwandan troop, they invaded Congo. But here, let's backtrack here. So before they invade Congo, they had to find the Congolese first. That's when Laurent Kabila came into place. But the soldiers that were fighting with Laurent Kabila were not from Congo, were Tutsis. You get me? Were Tutsi. So before they helped Laurent Kabila to go fight in Congo, they gave him conditions. And these are the conditions that they gave him. Once he's in power, he's going to integrate the Tutsi in his cabinet, from the military, ministry, all level of the government. You see? And the reason was that once he integrated these people, years passed by, the plan was they wanted to divide Congo, like the eastern part of Congo, South Kivu, North Kivu, Ituri, and I believe Manyema. So they wanted to divide that part of Congo and make it a Tutsi country. That was the plan. You understand? So they wanted to divide that part of the Congo and make it a Tutsi country. Mind you, in that region, the Tutsi, they are not even 1 million. They are around like 200,000 or 500,000. You understand? So they wanted to do that, and they wanted to control like almost 50% of everything, like they are doing in Uganda right now. You see? That plan was not known to the people. The politicians, they are the ones who knew this plan, like Laurent Kabila. You see? So when Laurent Kabila became a president, he turned their back. He said, okay, now I'm a president. You guys have helped me. Thank you. I want you guys to go back to where you guys came from. You understand? Museveni or the Tutsis that helped Kabila to be president, they were mad because they felt betrayed. Kabila didn't stood by to the condition that he agreed that he's gonna do this. You understand? And then the plan was that once the eastern part of Congo is being divided, the plan was that the Tutsi, they're gonna bring people from Ethiopia, Somalia, and Eritrea and Djibouti and bring them in that area to dwell. Remember, the Tutsi come from the Horn of Africa. You understand? They come from the Horn of Africa.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you.
So they wanted to bring those people from the Horn of Africa to come and dwell in this land where they're going to push the Bantu people out of their land. While they are pushing the Bantu people from their land, they will be grabbing that land and claiming it to be theirs. You understand? So
they're making your dynasty all over again. They're trying to rebuild it.
You see? So
can I say something here? Can I say something to that?
But so you're saying that once Kabila kicked them out or told them no, they remained in the Congolese army as Congolese soldiers?
Yes, they remained in the Congolese army because they assassinated Kabila afterward when he said, no, you guys can go back. After 1 year, They assassinated him, and they brought him.
Are you who assassinated? It was a kid soldier that assassinated him, right?
Kadogo, the ones that Kabila was fighting along with. He was the Tutsi. So Kabila was a very stupid guy, because when he
so you're saying a Tutsi assassinated Kabila?
Yes, because they were his bodyguard. They were his bodyguard.
Man, this guy is telling you some stories, man.
You understand? Let me finish. So when they assassinated Kabila after 1 year, then Joseph Kabila, who people believe that he was adopted by Laurent Kabila, they also believe he's a Tutsi, Joseph Kabila. So Joseph Kabila, from nowhere, Congolese, they didn't know him from nowhere. They didn't even follow the procedures of, if the presidents die, this is the person who's going to be the president. They just brought the kid, and he became the president of Congolese. And the reason was that people loved Laurent Kabila. People loved Laurent Kabila on what he was doing. So when he died, they thought it could be better to bring his own son to become a president, and that's why people accepted that. But the kid, people also believe by now, believe that the kid was among the plan to assassinate his dad. You understand? Because for 18 years he didn't do anything. For 18 years he was only serving Rwanda. He was paying 63 million a year to Rwanda, and that was as a payment for Rwanda to help Laurent Kabila to become a president. Until when Tshisekedi came in as a president, Tshisekedi stopped paying that money. You understand? And every time Kabila stopped paying that money, Kagame used the rebels to intimidate Joseph Kabila. You see? So let's go back where I say, like, they wanted to bring the people from
so let me ask you a question. So just to clarify, you're saying that the children soldiers that Kabila had protecting him and hired were all Tutsis?
Yeah, well, Tutsi. I just told you the people Kabila used to fight to go overthrow Mobutu were all Tutsi, from mainly from Rwanda.
And his trial soldiers were all Tutsi as well.
Yes.
No. He recruited child soldiers from all over Congo when he was marching towards. It was marching towards Kinshasa. He recruited a lot from every tribe, a lot of kids.
Well, why are you so dismissive of this history, man?
This ain't history. This isn't history. This is revived history. I'm not buying it. I'm not
Congolese myself. I'm a Congolese.
We got to bring the facts.
The thing is, we got too much access to information over here to go with these lies.
You don't even speak any of the languages, though. How do you even
you
know
don't
the
have
history?
You don't have to speak the languages to know the history.
There's so much you're missing.
I was there firsthand. I was there, man. I was there. I grew up there. I was there. Kabila recruited kids from all over Congo when he was marching towards the capital.
No, Kabila did not recruit kids from Congo. They were from Uganda and then Rwanda and then Burundi.
Man, where you from, man? You're not even Congolese, man. You talking about things you read on the internet.
How are you gonna say I'm not Congolese? What do you
You're not, man. You don't know what you talk about, man. It sounds like you read stuff.
Bro, how do I read stuff? How do I read stuff? How could you say, look, that when Kagame overthrew the president of Rwanda, he used the kids to overthrow the kids. That's how
same thing Museveni did in Uganda.
That's how the Tutsi are. They use kids.
Dennis asked you a question, but you giving him so many confusion here. He asked you a question. Dennis, ask him a question again, please, from your own mouth.
Yeah, my question is: so you're saying that all the child soldiers, all the bodyguards around Kabila were all Tutsi?
Yes, they were all Tutsi.
Oh, so man, he just lied to you, bro. That is so not true.
Tutsi is the big bad boogeyman. That's the big bad boogeyman.
You see where these guys are going nuts? They're so scared of Tutsi. They all Tutsi bad man. Tutsi do wrong.
What's your ethnicity?
This is crazy.
Diners.
I'm trying to tell these people to rise above the Hutusi hate that they put on their head, but they don't want to get rid of it.
Bro, this is lived experience, man.
Let me say this.
Lived experience.
Look,
okay.
Diners, let me say this. You see, we Bantu people, we are very calm people. We are loving people, peaceful people. But on the other hand, the Tutsi, they come in peace, but they don't mean to dwell in peace. If you
Can
understand.
I surprise you?
Lord,
Man, these guys, where do you get these guys,
That's
man?
why I
They're
asked you
nuts, man.
earlier.
They're nuts. They're
I
nuts.
asked you earlier. You couldn't answer the question, man.
Oh man, come
Okay.
on.
I asked you earlier. Do you know about the Wero massacre?
To Niger. This is worse than Nigeria.
Have you heard of that or not?
It's worse than Nigeria, and I think
I'm trying to make a point here, bro.
Hold on.
Because
you man want to dismiss all that history.
Hold on, Mike. But to Niger, even with the war, come on, help me out. The Biafran War, they at least admit that like everybody involved in the coup, they all weren't Igbos. Like you had Yoruba, you had some Fula, but this right here, this is crazy that every single child soldier, every single bodyguard, everyone around Kabila were all Tutsis. I'm not buying that.
And
shit.
you know another thing that doesn't make sense, right? If admit that they were all Tutsi, right? Now he's saying that Tutsi soldiers are raping Tutsi women in Eastern Congo when they took over. It just makes no sense.
See, hold on. Both sides commit crimes when they.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll agree to that. Everybody's a bad man in a war.
My concern.
No. Let me correct that.
Hold on, please. My own concern is what I expressed before, that the trends suggest that there is a specific group of people that believe that they need to control others. And that is a problem in this current paradigm that we live in, where we are supposed to be aspiring to representative systems of government. That is my issue with what I see in that region. You see small groups of people dominating other areas heavily.
Can I answer that? Dennis, let me answer to his concern and his question, which is very valid, by the way. You know, when you're a minority and for about hundreds of years you've been nothing but victimized, your rights has been denied, you know, like here in with the MLK and the Black movement. See, you'll come to a point where at this point, I'm not going to ask for equal rights or civil rights. I'm just going to have to fight for my freedom. And you have to understand that Tutsi people and all these other minorities in Congo, they've been denied their rights and nobody to speak for them. Let's compare it to South Africa. The South African minority of whites know that they will never win in elections. So a minority of a group of people, in any group of human people who is a minority, they will have to organize themselves to where they have some type of power. They have some type of control. You call it dominance. I'm just calling it where I see it. They are there to look out for their own freedom.
There is a special group there. When you say minorities, you are not isolating one specific group that we are all talking about here, which is the M23 that is tied to the Tutsis. Even with the Rwandans that are in Congo, the Tutsis make up a minority too, because they have more Hutus
Same
in Congo.
thing in Uganda.
So what I see, and the leaders of this M23 are the Tutsis, and these same Tutsis are the ones ruling Rwanda too. So you just because you're a minority doesn't necessarily mean you have to govern everybody, because that is a recipe for disaster. And let me
answer to that. Let me answer to that. The leaders of M23 are not majority Tutsi. That's wrong.
Oh,
listen. Let me give you facts. Let me give you facts. You can go verify. M23/AFC, Alliance of River Congo, is an alliance of a lot of people trying to overthrow the government. AFC is the alliance. M23 is the armed group. The armed group is basically includes at 50% is like let's say Tutsi. Because why?
Wow.
Because
that is the flat out deception you just did. I don't know whether you
that is lies and deception that we were talking about earlier.
This
The
guy is not. This
M23
guy is
is
not
led
even a
by Tutsis,
Congolese.
period.
The
This guy.
M23, man, you have to know, are you talking about M23 or AFC? Because the
No, I'm
M23
talking about
now, the
We
M23.
said
leadership is
M23 is
the
Tutsi.
leadership of AFC is a lot of groups, and then Corneille Nanga, which is a Congolese person from a different tribe, is not Tutsi. And there is a lot of people now in AFC, which is the political arm that will take over power if they take over power. 80% of them are not Tutsi. Now,
They are
let's talk about
Tutsis.
this. Let's talk about
M23 is Tutsi led, period. I don't know
Bro,
why you are waffling
what
all
are
over the
you
place.
saying, bro? Do they say 8% are not Tutsi? Do you even know why Colonel Langa went and created the rebellion? Do you understand why he left the
man, let me
government?
talk about this, man.
You understand why he left the
Corneille
government and
Nanga
created the
is
rebellion?
going, if he takes over power, he's going to be the president. He's not a Tutsi. But listen, if you want to say that M23 is a majority of Tutsi, now you guys are the ones saying that the Tutsi people are boogeymen. We're so scared of them. Are you talking about a minority of group of people are beating the national army and they are beating Burundi? They are beating everybody. Are they so
That's
good?
why you are not. That's why you are
Because they
not
are
following
using
the
power
news.
from foreign this in interest.
Ah, man, you
Hold
guys
on,
keep
hold on.
making no sense, man.
Man,
They
these guys
are
are the same
recruiting
family, man.
everybody. You are
Stop
welcome
getting
to
around it.
join.
No,
You are
calm
not.
down, calm down. See, we see that in Mauritania. We've seen that in other parts of Africa. This is not what we are seeing in that region is not only isolated, but the one I'm seeing in that region is more acute. It's not unique to that region. Believe me, in Nigeria, most people will complain about the Fulani. If you go to Mauritania, is the Barbers that are controlling the majority of this black. So it's not new. And we're talking about control, not like there was a military coup, a minority took over, like the case of Nigeria. No, we are talking about this small group controls the entire the vast majority of the population. If you go to the top 10,
the Fulani are not a small minority.
they are 6%. Yeah, they are not compared to the Tutsis in Rwanda, in the DRC. The Fulanis are bigger minority. They are 6% of the population.
By the way,
In DRC they are less than 1%. No, let me just make this point. This last point. If you go to South Africa, you look at the top richest people. You are likely to you are likely to meet a black person on that list first. That if you go to Rwanda and you try to find the top 10 richest people, you find a Hutu there. You likely see the top 3 or 4, 5 people are all Tutsis. Why is that? In a country where 80% of the population are these Hutus, it doesn't make sense. It just shows privilege of some group of people.
By the way,
I don't know whether it's merited, but it doesn't make sense.
Let me explain something. This guy's been Kiza has been lying a lot. Kali back. Sorry guys. Sorry guys. I had to work, so I was about to bend down some money. So I'm back.
Kiza has been lying a lot.
This Kiza has been lying a lot, and that's why. You remember last time when I told you that our brother Banyarwanda, this is the problem they have. They claim themselves as being Congolese, but their loyalty is to another leader, to another country. First of all, when he said like M23 is not mainly Tutsi, that's a lie. M23 is a Rwandan special force with a little bit of Congolese, with some Congolese Tutsi.
M23 are Tutsi Congolese.
Yes, then, hold on. Then they took also some other Congolese like Corneille Nanga as a face of the movement only. Remember when Corneille Nanga hadn't go to M23 and create his thing called AFC? M23 wasn't relevant because it was known by many intelligence officers that this is a Rwandan creation and it's not relevant. But when they got like Corneille Nanga, who is of course is a Congolese from an area called Bunia, with other people, then they gave relevancy to Rwandan claim that M23 is a Congolese. And also because the president of Congo, so as I said, he is not intelligent to explain to people, or his communication, his government is not that great. That's why they give relevancy to M23. Now, when he thought he lied
a group of small Tutsi are beating everybody. Why is a group of small Tutsi are beating everybody, man?
Let me finish. When he said about Congolese army going in area or a village raping women, that's not true. Because there is actually report. You can read this.
They not only rape women, they extort the populations where they go, and they're supposed to be protecting the people.
I'm not gonna refuse
Yes,
that
they do
Congolese
that.
army
They
is
do
not
that.
Okay, so
disciplined.
if they're not getting paid by the
Congolese
Congolese
army,
government, where are they getting their money and resources from? They're extorting the people.
Congolese army is indisciplined and they
There you go. Please
extort people
admit that.
sometimes.
This dude is
Admit that.
just full of excuses
But
and BS, bro.
it's not like if I ask him, because me I can give names of places where massacre were committed and give references where anybody can check for himself. Like in Bambo, the M23 Tutsi guys, they killed more than 150 civilian Congolese. In Kishishe, they killed more than 240 civilian Congolese. When he speak about the rape in Bunagana is majority Congolese authentic and Bahutu. There is really few Tutsi. When he said about Mulenge actually is a village of Bafuliru, which are another Bantu tribe authentic of Congo. Mulenge is a village of that group, and there's never been a massacre in this year or in the past 3 years in Mulenge. But our brothers Tutsi,
There were some before, right? Some before, yes. Yes. No.
In Minembwe, they killed civilian Congolese in Kipupu.
Hold on.
They killed 600 civilians.
Let me stop. Let me play this video real quick from the Rwandan ambassador. This is important. Hold on 1 second.
Rwanda commends the region.
Why don't play from Congolese
led by
as well?
the East African Community and the Southern African Development Corporation, SADC, particularly the joint summit held in Dar es Salaam on 8 February 2025. The joint summit meeting resulted in positive outcomes, including 1, a call for a ceasefire, 2, urgent humanitarian support, and 3, the merger of the Rwanda and Nairobi peace processes to be led by a panel of facilitators from different regions under President Lorenzo. The joint EAC SADC summit also directed resumption of direct negotiations and dialogue with all state and non-state parties, military and non-military, including the M23. These outcomes were endorsed by an extraordinary AU Peace and Security Council meeting at the head of state level held on 14 February 2025, as well as the AU Assembly of Heads of State held on 15th to 16th February 2025. Mr. President, Rwanda appreciates the support of those in this council who value Africa-led solutions. We remain fully engaged in these efforts and continue to support them with good faith and full commitment. However, we must condemn the actions of those, including a DRC, who undermine these efforts by lobbying Western capitals instead of engaging with African leadership and regional mechanisms. Despite the critical nature of the recent regional discussions, the DRC has consistently opted for virtual presence or outright disengagement in these key meetings. While regional leaders gathered at the AU summit to address the Eastern DRC security situation, the president of DRC, President Tshisekedi, was instead seen at the Munich Security Conference, continuing to call for sanctions and lobbying for sanctions against Rwanda rather than engaging in direct dialogues. Other heads of state were sitting in Addis trying to find solutions to these problems. So the biggest beneficiary of these discussions could have been benefited by being in that room. I cannot emphasize this enough. African leadership must drive the resolution of this conflict. Failure to support regional solutions has exacerbated instability in the past. This is why Rwanda calls for the full endorsement of the AU-backed EAC SADC joint summit outcomes. Furthermore, at the heart of this crisis is a dangerous alliance between the DRC government and external actors, mainly the FDR genocidal militia, who have fueled the cynic rhetoric and enabled extremisms to thrive for decades, but also the Burundian forces, the Sami DRC, as well as European mercenaries.
I really should have stretched.
Let me get the commercial. Hold on.
Great.
Council members, instead of committing to inclusive dialogue, the DRC has consistently undermined regional mechanisms, pitted regional blocs against each other, disregarded ceasefires, refused dialogue with its own people, and escalated ethnic-based violence. Mr. President, Council members, since the fall of Goma, regional leaders have worked tirelessly to broker peace. Yet, the DRC government has responded by reinforcing its front lines with more troops and Burundian forces. This reckless militarization, coupled with state-sponsored incitement to violence, has created a lawless environment. The uncontrolled distribution of weapons has even led former DRC government-aligned militia to turn against Kinshasa. This we have already said. When a state actor proliferates and distributes weapons to negative armed groups, like the different Wazalendo groups, what you reap is chaos. And what we've seen in terms of the magnitude of loss of life caused by Wazalendo and all these young people who have been given thousands of weapons and mobilized and turned against each other, that's what we reap. Inflammatory statements from DRC officials, such as those made by the Honorable Minister in the previous council meeting on the 29th January 2025, calling for, and I quote, the streets to take over, have worsened the situation. Indeed, soon after the Honorable Minister's foretelling in this council, we observed cases of youth mobilization in 2 armed militia in South Kivu, led by known FARDC officers. Arming young civilians in an already unstable context is not only reckless, but an outright incitement to hatred and violence. And there is a lot of misinformation here. When FARDC forces were proliferating arms and including arming children, nobody talked about this, nobody spoke. And now you see misinformation about execution of children. I repeat, the proliferation of arms by a state actor to negative armed groups, and there are over 250 armed groups documented in DRC. That is a recipe for disaster. And that's the disaster that we continue to see. Arms should be proliferated to designated trained officers and military officers. The situation has deteriorated to the point where we see a lot of humanitarian challenges. Rwanda cannot take the blame for the problems that DRC has faced endemically. The situation has deteriorated to the point where we see a lot of humanitarian challenges. Rwanda cannot take the blame for the problems that DRC has faced endemically. The problems that DRC of humanitarian challenges. Rwanda cannot take the blame for the problems that DRC has faced endemically.
I agree.
As President Kagame stated in Addis Ababa, and I quote, "We have our own problems to deal with. Congo is too big for Rwanda to carry on its back," end of quote. Rwanda has no interest in DRC's internal struggles. Allegations of land grabbing in courts or corrupt or occupation ignore fundamental power imbalances at play in the DRC. Our sole priority has always been and will always remain the security of our borders and the stability of our nation. We have stated over and over again the existential security threat that Rwanda faces from DRC. And these we take very seriously. Council members, Rwanda continues to welcome refugees fleeing the violence in the DRC, despite persistent calls from the DRC and its allies to impose sanctions on Rwanda. Ironically, among those crossing into Rwanda are the same security threats we have repeatedly warned this esteemed council about. On the 29th January, over 280 foreign mercenaries along with over 100 Congolese soldiers, crossed into Rwanda territory, exposing the FARDC's long-standing use of foreign fighters with no reaction whatsoever from the international community. Yet, as we have repeatedly said, the use of mercenaries by state actors contravenes the 1989 United Nations Convention and the 1977 OAU Convention, which prohibits and illegalizes the use of mercenaries by states. More concerning is the international community's reluctance to address the existential threat Rwanda faces, the ethnic cleansing of Congolese Tutsi, and the misinterpretation of the conflict. Instead of acknowledging the DRC's responsibility, blame has been conveniently shifted, first to Rwanda, and now even to former President Joseph Kabila. When will this blame game end? I think someone here has to take responsibility. Reality has always been clear. The M23's resurgence is rooted in decades-long persecution of Congolese communities based on ethnicity, predating Rwanda's current government. Rwanda has consistently warned that the FDR is central to this crisis. Since 2018, over 20 incursions have been launched into Rwanda, particularly in the southern province and in the northwestern region. Despite claim that the FDR is a weakened force, its active collaboration with and financing by FARDC proves otherwise. The DRC government must recognize that its coalition with the FDR destabilizes Rwanda and perpetuates suffering among Congolese civilians. Ignoring the FDR's role is a failure to hold accountable those responsible for exporting extremist ideology beyond Rwanda's borders. But beyond the FDR council members, Rwanda is also concerned by a myriad of foreign forces deployed along its borders, namely the Burundian forces that share the same ethnic ideology as the FDR, SAMI DRC, and the remaining mercenaries. We are also concerned by the president of DRC's push for more foreign troops he is currently requesting from other African countries. All those foreign forces need to withdraw from Eastern DRC as they constitute a direct threat to Rwanda's security.
Selling. People pay me $100,000 a day to consult for them, and they come to my offices.
In fact, when Goma fell, FARDC, Burundian forces, and FDLR forces turned their weapons on Rwanda, killing 16 innocent civilians and wounding 177 civilians, and destroying their properties and livelihoods. Yet no country condemned this blatant violation of Rwanda's sovereignty. Rwanda has no choice but to strengthen its defense and will continue to do so. Mr. President, on the question of MONUSCO, we have been very, very clear, and Rwanda's position remains: peacekeepers have to be safe, peacekeepers have to be protected, and that is a canon that we respect, and we have said it over and over again. However, transparency is also very important. Information to the Council that is accurate is critical. There is critical information that we believe SRSG Bintu Keita should have shared with the Council on MONUSCO's collaboration with M23, and specifically the outcome of a meeting that was held yesterday between DSRSG, Vivian van der Per, and the leader of AFC/M23, Colonel Nanga. We believe that that information would have been critical to share so that at least the Council knows. Mr. President, regarding mineral exploitation, the responsible parties are well known who exploit DRC. Rwanda holds no mining concession in the DRC, yet we continue to be falsely accused. The claim that mineral resources fuel this conflict is false and inciting. The M23 issue is about people fighting for their rights and survival, fighting for their inherent citizenship rights and access to their own ancestral property. Rwanda cannot be scapegoated for the DRC's economic dysfunction. It is Congolese officials who benefit most from instability and the corrupt mining sector, whereas Rwanda has always promoted responsible sourcing and formalized trade to curb smuggling and illicit activities in mining. Mr. President, Council members, Rwanda remains committed to regional mechanisms to neutralize the FDLR and ensure the withdrawal of all foreign forces that threaten our security. These steps are essential for Rwanda's stability and lasting regional peace. Once these conditions are met, Rwanda will adjust its defensive measures accordingly. We urge the DRC to engage genuinely in the EAC SADC peace process and call on the international community to support these Africa-led initiatives rather than imposing counterproductive measures. If sanctions or punitive measures were the solution to this region's problems, Rwanda would be the first to support them. However, history has shown otherwise. These only deepen division and undermine regional peace efforts. To conclude, Mr. President, Council members, Rwanda remains guided by the firm belief that our region's future depends on unity, shared prosperity, and inclusive peace. The historical and cultural ties between our communities hold untapped potential, and we hope that through dialogue and cooperation, we can bring lasting peace and development this region desperately needs. I thank you.
Hey, whoever hurt you from church?
All right,
Dinas.
Go ahead, Omkwa.
Can I? You see, you have to understand the philosophy of people when you you play a Rwandan, but I'm sure you're not going to play a Congolese one, but it's okay. But first of all,
we don't want no Congolese babble.
So
yeah, you're the Congolese one.
So first of all, this is déjà vu. Rwanda always denies. I'm not saying that Tshisekedi is doing. I mean, he's the best. He's great. He could have done better. That's what I'm going to say. But first of all, let's go on point which he raised, and then I'll say, like the Summit DRC, which is a SADC mission. It's part of UN. It was invited by Congolese as a peace enforcing, not peacekeeping. Actually, it was peace enforcing force. So they have the legality to be there. The Burundi, it was when Felix found that the army is weak and all that, and the Burundian, there was some rebel which Rwanda was trying to instrumentalize, so as to go and attack Burundi.
Notice to say the army is weak.
That's when Burundi, went into military partnership with Congo, and that's why Burundi is like in Congo, trying to to stop the other rebel, which they have intel that Rwanda is gonna try to send in Burundi. Now, when it's come to FDLR, read the UN group of experts of 2024. Then you'll understand that FDLR is not actually a threat to Rwanda. Rwanda is just using that as an alibi. Actually, the FDLR, they have been weakened. They have been weakened to the point that they cannot even kill chicken. The FDLR. The chief of FDLR, the guy who came up with FDLR, is actually in Rwanda. Rwakababije is in Rwanda.
Yeah, they're rebels inside of Rwanda,
They are not rebel inside of Rwanda. No, the FDLR, they are in Congo. They are Rwandan, but the remnant of FDLR, they are in Congo. They are not threat to Rwanda. Actually,
that's why they try to neutralize them.
Actually, they kill Congolese. They've been killing Congolese here and then, to the point that when the Congolese army has been, fighting them and capture some, give them to UN. When they are repatriated to Rwanda, they get brainwashed and then resent to Congo, the FDLR. So that's just an alibi. When it's come to killing now, can anybody for these 3 years produce or give me any proof of where Congolese they targeted our brothers Tutsi and killed them? Even 10. If somebody can produce that, I'm ready to send him $150. But I can give you places where Congolese were killed by our brother Tutsi from M23 and from Rwanda. I gave Bambo, Kishishe, and Kipupu, where Congolese were killed. And in Goma recently, do you know how many people they were killed?
Save your $150. Let me answer to that.
Let me finish with this. It's M23. Actually, I got messages from my relatives in Goma 2 days ago. M23 went to school because they told people they can open schools, and they went in those schools and took kids from schools. Do you know how old they were? Most of the kids younger younger than 18, even 13 years old kids were taken from high school and taken by M23. That's the situation which is right now in North Kivu. So it's M23, Rwandan force in Congo, which is recruiting child soldiers. You know, the 150 group which he spoke about, they are not like forced to destabilize Congo. They are not fighting Congo. As I explained before, the majority of this group, probably 125 groups, they were formed when they saw the Congolese army, when it was destroyed, it couldn't protect their community. That's how this militia came up. And these are the militia which you are hearing, like right now. The city where my father is from, Uvira, right now it has been controlled for 3 days, fighting against M23. It was the Wazalendo, this group, and they were not disturbing anybody. They were just defending the city. That's what you have to understand.
Can I answer to that? Can I
They are
answer
like
to that?
militia revolutionary.
All right. So this thing called Wazalendo is not new. The Zaire, when Congo was Zaire, and Mobutu was about to lose power. This is like a deja vu, like you said. There is nothing new here. These guys keep acting the same. They take a bunch of weapons. They are, first of all, it's an undisciplined army. He just said it. This guy, I don't know his name. What's your name again? You just said it. The Congolese army, very undisciplined. A bunch of thieves who victimize the local population. When they don't fight, they take their weapons, they give them to extremist group. In no country, the U.S. Army will not take weapons and give it to a bunch of rednecks to go fight for them. And these rednecks, what their goal is, they will take the weapons and go
Yes,
kill
they
black
will.
people in their
The
local
U.S.
neighborhood.
does it
That's what
all
they
the
will
time.
do. Huh?
Yes, they will. The U.S. does that all the time.
Well, yeah, they will do that. So what a redneck, his motivation is, instead of going to fight, he's gonna hate on black people. His first thing comes to mind is, let me go kill some black people. That's what they do. So Congolese army, because they're thieves, they usually arm other local extreme groups.
I think that's a misconception, my brother.
The Congolese army will harm these people called Wazalendo, which the ambassador said. Before there was Wazalendo, there was a group called Mai Mai.
It's the same. They are not thugs, as you are saying. I understand your point of view because
Let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. In Zaire, Congo used to be called Zaire. They did the same thing.
I'm from there. I know the whole story.
Yeah,
they are defending
they
their
did
land
the same
against
thing.
the
They took these Mai people, they gave them weapons, they said, go fight Kabila and make sure Kabila doesn't come in power. These Mai, what they did was, they take weapons and they go kill everybody who doesn't like them or doesn't agree with them. They will go indiscriminately in villages asking for money, whatever you can give them, because they're the ones who have weapons now. So, one thing, if you take away from here, is this: governments in Congos are corrupt. When they fail, they try to save their power. They give weapons to civilians, which they shouldn't do. The Congolese army, they don't get paid. They victimize populations.
They get paid, but it's not a lot.
Those two men, listen. You just admitted these people are undisciplined. You just admitted they're weak. You just admitted all these things you're trying to walk away from. And
because
at the same time, listen to me, man.
I'm not a liar like you. When it's
okay, fine. You keep calling me liar. I'm not going to call you any words. But listen, you are just admitting to these things that I'm repeating. They are undisciplined. They are weak. And at the same time, you try to walk away from it and you try to say, oh, it's not really the Congolese army. It's a bunch of Rwandan infiltrating. You don't make sense.
You are generalizing instead of putting
You don't make sense.
Oh man, we can't. We're not gonna overcomplicate it. But why? Okay, so in
my closing statement was this. You just notice how he himself said these things, and this is what we have to take away from here. The governments of Congo are thieves. They plunder their own people, and when their power is about to be taken away, and because an opposition or armed opposition is the only way to get rid of these thieves in the government. That's the only way, by the way. And when their power is about to be over, they take weapons, they arm anybody who they can who will try to save them. They ask for all these people that will send soldiers. They ask for Burundi. They say, oh, we are the legal government and some rebels is trying to take us away. So they will even arm prisoners. They
You know
will
that
arm
there was
thieves.
Adendo. You know that there was
Shut up,
Adendo.
man. I
You know
let
that.
you speak.
Let me speak. No, you've
No,
been speaking a lot.
Uncle, we got it. Keys, are you done? Let me.
Why do you not
No,
let me
I didn't
answer?
finish. I didn't finish. They will arm everybody. They will arm thieves. They will arm prisoners so they can go slow the marching of the rebels. So these thieves, along with the unpaid Congolese soldiers, they will mostly say and attack people, oh, you look Rwandan. You look like you are cooperating with the rebels. They will victimize them.
Keys,
Yeah.
if I can get that real quick. So, but when you say the unpaid Congolese soldiers, they're really not Congolese per Omcar. The
No,
Rwanda.
they are Congolese, man. These people are getting flown. They're getting flown from the West. This is the only way they get there. They fly them and they land them in Goma. They usually come from the West. They are not Rwandans, man. This guy keeps confusing guys with
Do
different.
you understand how this guy is lying? So you are saying all the Congolese soldiers who are they were saving in Kiev, they came from the West? That's a lie. So first of all, let me show that this guy.
You cut me off, man. He asked me a question, I answered it.
He has been talking a lot, Dynas. Why you
This
don't give
guy, he himself confusing him.
You talk on. But hold on, one mic. So, but see again, I'm so confused. So, are these soldiers in these DRC soldiers? They're Ugandan and Rwandan. That's what you're saying,
makes
right?
no sense what he's saying. It makes no sense.
Let me say. So in Congolese army right now, I can say so 50%, like 25%, it will be soldiers who are originally from Rwanda, or and some.
Oh, you make no sense, bro. How can an M23 who is 2-3 fight the same thing?
I can give names. General Gasita, General Bisengimana, General Muhozi, even Masunzu, and so on. And these people, as you see, like the brother here, his loyalty is not to Congo. His loyalty is with
my
Rwanda.
God,
And this
man. You see, we can't see the truth with you people.
Man, I let you speak. And this is the same mindset with these guys who are in Congolese army, they have. Now, so as they can, because their mission is to wipe out as many Congolese, especially the village of Congolese. That's why. I'm telling you, sometimes they go into villages.
I'm gonna pass it. Let me pass it to the other key. So,
Why?
Hold on, one mic. See what you're doing now is xenophobic as fuck. See, and this is the problem.
What do you mean? I'm telling the truth.
Blaming everything on the Tutsis. They're in the
No. It's not everything. It's not every Tutsi. It's not every Tutsi.
Oh my goodness.
It's not every Tutsi. But there is a group, as I said again before.
Let me pass the mic to the other Kiza. Hold on. Go ahead, other Kiza.
So, thank you, Dynasty. So, I was on the stream, but then and then Okamara, the guy from Congo, he talked of things like saying that that there are no native Rwandese speaking people that belong to Congo. So I'm absolutely here to clear some information here. And the other keys, that guy absolutely, he has facts. He has absolutely 100% facts.
Which facts? Can he back it with any scientific studies done in Congo?
We'll find a white man's book. I'm gonna go dig for a white man's book to back.
Let me continue speaking. Let me continue speaking, Okamara. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, go.
So Okamara is a kind of a guy that will read the books of the colonialists, what they wrote, but not knowing that there was history before when the colonialists came in the place. You know what I'm saying? History was already there and people already lived in the place. So this guy, he trusts, what a guy from Great Britain came exploring, what he wrote is what he trusts, and he comes in here and tries to really annihilate us, and saying that, oh, that's the evidence and that's the proof. So I'm gonna say something. So look, there is many Rwandese speaking communities that have been cut to different parts of there's many Rwandese speaking communities that have been cut to different countries. For example, you look at Uganda, like north of Rwanda, Chisoro, Ntungambo, and any other, and all those places around there, those are all Rwandese communities. When you go to the side of Tanzania, go on the map, you absolutely see on the side of Tanzania, those are all Rwandese communities. They are at the side of Tanzania. And even the names are also in Rwandese, language. But because these people have been
Another lie from Banyarwanda.
Can I finish, please?
I've already shown that is not true here.
Or Kamara, can I just speak, please? Can I just finish? So because these people have been accepted in Uganda, they're also citizens like any other. They know these are the native of the land. They have not, really tried to kill them or, or torment them all the time. There is peace. But for the case of Congo, so for example, you never hear a Tutsi person fighting in Kinshasa, but you always hear a person, you hear these Tutsis, and not only even it's the, when I say Rwandese speaking people, I mean the Tutsi, the Hutu, and the Twa, and I can also say that North Kivu and South Kivu, this land belongs to the Rwandese speaking people. I can I can also say that there were some other Congolese people there, but I want to also make this clear that they were all different tribes living together. But
can you give any verifiable reference, please, out of all the studies made and all the official documents? Can you give even one so that we can double check that?
So wait a second. So when you're saying of the studies, it really doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean doesn't make any sense?
It's people like you who are very biased, who just look at the person, a long, sharp nose.
No, I don't do that. My mother is a sharp nose.
Listen, and you're like, oh, these are Tutsis who are from Ethiopia. So everything that comes from your mouth, it's always absolutely, absolutely biased. When you look at the places in South Kivu, all the places are named in Rwandese. I remember you were saying that all these places, all the languages, all the places were named. They were in the names of the Congolese language, but when these people came in, they changed all the places. So now you can see, at the end of they can't really come and just change the names of the places.
I'll give you an example. I can give an example. Do you see?
So let me ask a question. Why did the other Congolese people that you're saying that they are natives? Why did they allow that? Why did they allow that the place should be changed into Rwandese, into the Rwandese?
It's not into Rwandese. Okay, let me.
Rwandese.
Wait, hold on now. You speak. Let me answer. Let me answer.
All the places. Can I just all the places on the map?
Lake Victoria. Do you know Lake Victoria? It was not called. It used not to be called Lake Victoria. Do you know that, right?
That is Naruvare. That is Naruvare. Okay. That's in Rwanda.
Yes.
And that's in Uganda.
Okay. They say yes. Wait, the same thing. Nyiragongo is not Kinyarwanda, as I said it before. Or Kivu.
So what's the meaning of that Nyiragongo then?
Wait.
I know the meaning of that.
Wait. Yes. And the Nyamulagira is not Kinyarwanda, as I said before. There is study which was made. I ask you again. Listen. The Congolese who live there, like the Bahunde, the Banyanga, do you think they don't have history? They didn't write anything down, or they didn't pass something down? Like today, there is a place called Minembwe. Do you see? It's a Kibembe Minembwe. They welcome our brothers Banyarwanda who live there. Now they are calling that name that place. They are trying to tell you it's Minembwe. It's not Minembwe anymore. You see, people have their different pronunciation of the word. Like, you see, my name is Omkar.
Let me just ask him.
Let
me just ask her. Let me just ask you. You say, I want to ask a question. Did you just say that the Rwanda-speaking people are majority in North Kivu? They are not majority in those areas too.
No, I did not say that they are the majority. I say
now, I'll answer this question.
No. What did she say? Let me hear what she said, please. What did you say? Because I thought that's what you said. Yeah, that they
I
are the
said
owners of North
they
Kivu.
belong to that land. They are the native people there.
Okay,
The funny thing is this
But there are
Congolese.
minorities there too.
We
You
are
see,
the
when you say that,
minorities.
you are
We are the
minorities there.
minorities. They are the minorities, but they are the natives of the land.
Let me answer that.
But don't say they own the land, because if you are minorities in that region, you don't own the land there.
To Niger,
what do you really mean? Wait a second. Wait a
When
second,
you say
Okamara.
you own the land there, when you are a minority, that sounds a little bit
To
presumptuous.
Niger, let me explain. Let me answer to him scientifically.
Excuse me. Wait a second. Okamara, can you just give me a second? Let me answer this Nigerian brother, because you're coming in.
I'll let you speak again. Let me answer one.
Carl, you're not gonna hog the mic. This is not the call show. I'm gonna give you a chance. I want to hear other people speak because they've been patiently waiting.
Okay, cool. So the guy said that if you're a minority, you can't be the native of the land. So you mean that the Aborigines of Australia, being that they are the minorities now, listen, you mean that the Aborigines of Australia who are the minorities now, you mean they can't be the natives there? You mean now the white people have control the land because they are the majority?
You are correct that they cannot be, but we know historically that the Rwandans arrived there in the 18th and 19th century. So there's a difference. For you to claim you own the land, you are not Aboriginal there. You see what I mean?
Let me ask you, my sister, do you know Professor Rwanda Professor Nyagahene? Do you know Professor Rwanda Professor Nyagahene?
Let me pass the mic to Juicy. Go ahead, Juicy.
Let me answer by what the professor said.
Man,
Okamara talks so much. Let me just finish something here. These people doesn't accept that there has been communities that have been, cut across the border. If there is Rwandese speaking people to the side of Uganda, of Tanzania, why not to the side of Congo? Look at Goma where it is. It's literally like in the mouth of Rwanda.
It used not to be like that. You know that Kisenyi used to be the same part with Goma, Kisenyi and Luengere. You know that? Or you don't know? Can I ask a Rwandan professor to explain us here? I have a Rwandan professor.
Listen, man, listen. When you're talking of Rwandan professors, this all doesn't make any sense to me.
What do you mean? What do you mean doesn't make sense?
So
now you don't want Congolese professor, not even Rwanda professor. This is Nyagahene, a Rwandan professor. This is what he said. This is what Nyagahene said in this book. Nyagahene recent field studies show that Kagame's story was not accurate. Rwabugiri failed to unify the administrative system in the western part of central Rwanda. The unifying administration was not effective until the presence of the Western colonizers. Do you understand? You understand?
Let me pass. Hold on, one minute.
Professors are people like you that they can just be biased and make up their own stuff and then.
No, I'm gonna give you a book reference. I'm gonna give you a book reference.
I'm gonna finish off for Kamara. I'm gonna finish off for Kamara. Look at the Maasai people of Kenya and Tanzania.
It's not the same.
Came in. No, listen, man. Listen. Why? Tell me. Give me a proof saying that it's not the same.
Yeah, listen, okay. In Congo, so we have that situation, but it's not every. I explain it again. In Congo, do you see like a Congo Kingdom was divided into 3 countries? That's correct. Do you see like the Lunda Kingdom was divided in 2 countries, Congo, but on Rwanda, on Congo border, like here, Bahunde, Banyanga kingdoms, and the Central Rwanda. First of all, do you know that the Central Rwanda Kingdom before 1850? It was not arriving in Ruengeri, and you know that there was other small kingdom like Nduga, Bunyambiriri, Bugosera, Bugoi. Do you know that?
That's all in Rwandese language. That's all our land, my friend.
Yes, now I'm telling you. Now, historically, do you know that is true? Listen now. I learn Rwandan history. I'm not only good in Congolese history. I learn also Rwandan history, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. But you are going with this lie. Even another page, even the Pelchin. Do you know the Pelchin? The Pelchin is mainly a Rwandan because he's a mixed Belgian and a Rwandan mother of Tutsi stock. But he's an historian. He also explained this. The Rwandan came to Congo in the 1900s, especially he studied. You can find his study. It's called pre-capital. Listen, from pre-capitalist to colonialism. He studied the Banyarwanda who were in South Kivu, the one who you call the self-named Banyamulenge. And he said this, They arrived first in Kakamba. You can find in his book. They arrived in Kakamba.
Okay, let me pass the mic.
Dynasty, please, can I just finish something, please? Really important.
No, hold on.
Guys, let me just finish one
I
amount.
got other people. I have other people waiting. Go ahead, Juchin.
One more thing, Dynasty.
No. Go ahead, Juchin.
So I'm not Congolese. I've been trying to read up on this issue and try to gain an understanding of it. My first question is, when did the Rwandan people get to Rwanda? Does anyone have an information on that?
When did the Rwandan people get to Rwanda?
You mean DRC?
Yeah.
To Rwanda first.
So I'm
obviously
honestly,
they have to come to Rwanda first before they get to the DRC.
Yes. Okay, I can explain. I can answer that.
Answer that.
Yes. This you can find it in the Abrégé de l'Histoire, written by a Rwandan professor, Alexis Kagame, and you can find it in even Nyagahene book. He said that, in Rwanda, in today Rwanda, the people who arrived there first, they were this who you can call probably Bahutu, who are Bantu. And he said that they probably came in the west, which would be like Congo, probably. And he explained that it might be in between 10th century and the 13th century. Then later on, our brothers, who you may classify.
Notice how he said that Hutus came from Congo. That is your very first question.
Congo, but they're not Congolese, even though they went back to Congo.
Man, this guy is nuts, man. You need to mute him and remove him from the group.
You have to listen.
This is crazy.
You have to. At that time there was no Congo yet. You don't. You.
Yes,
that time there was no.
That was his question. His question was, were there people speaking Kinyarwanda before colonial times in Congo?
No shit, Carl. That was my whole point. No shit.
Listen.
He's trying to lie to you. This guy's trying to lie to you. He's trying to manipulate your mind.
Listen now. Then he went to explain that later on.
Carl, that was
why you ask a question then?
Carl, that was my whole freaking point.
In a 13th century, there was
he's been trying to manipulate your opinion, Dynast. He's trying to have you hate the Tutsi. He's trying to have you hate the Tutsi.
No, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody, and I don't want anybody.
Your speech has been saying it, man. Your speech.
Why should I hate? No, the truth. You ask me a question. Let me explain. You don't know history.
You just explained it. You caught yourself in a lie. You caught yourself in a lie.
Wait.
You explained it. They came from the Congo. You just
in the 10th century. No, I said in the area which today we can classify as Congo. Do you understand? There is a difference. There is a difference.
But that was his question, man. That was his question. The very first question.
Let me continue.
The very first question was.
I'm talking about what the historian said. Okay.
Man, you lied to yourself, man, with those books.
Listen now.
Ask him your first question again. Dynast, when I walked in this room, ask him that question again, which he's just trying to lie to you about.
My question was there Houthis and Tutsis in present-day Congo before?
Listen now. I haven't finished. Then he continued to say
him now, Mr. Liar. Answer him. You just gave us the answer.
Now, why you don't let me speak what I understand from the historian what he said. Then
ask him the question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Yes, I'm answering. How am I going to answer when they arrive? When I'm not giving I'm not. You don't let me say even anything. Then he goes to explain that. Then our brothers, who you may call Tutsi, they arrive from the north. From the north. It's probably you can say. Maybe they pass, even Nile River.
These guys are an obsession with Tutsi, man.
Listen. You remove the maybe because you're really not sure. You're like maybe. So really, that makes sense.
Listen. Why you just talking? Then maybe from from Batwezi, from the Twezi Kitara kingdom, and they came south to today what you can call Rwanda, and they arrive. He explained that they installed themselves in the area which it was called Mwanachambo region, which is the area where today's Kigali is located. There were few. They were pastoralists. Then from this
the question is, did they go through Congo or not?
No,
right?
they
The
didn't go
Bunyara
through
Kitara
Congo.
kingdom was
You can say
Uganda.
Kitara
So which
transits
country-
like in Uganda.
brother. Simple question, right? They came from the Bunyara Kitara kingdom in Uganda,
No,
but how did they get to Rwanda? Which country did they use as a route? Was it Congo? Was it Tanzania? How did they get from Uganda all the way to Rwanda?
When you look at the map, how we explain it, you'll understand that they passed through today's place, in the Buganda region. That's how he explains it.
Dennis, you need to remove this guy from the group, man. He's a clown. He's a clown.
No, anybody is there anybody was why they are called Nilots? Why they are called Nilots? Is it Nilotic?
Hold on. Let me take this.
I can even explain to you, man, the proper way, man. Look,
and this is a Rwandan professor. I'm not talking about.
Hold on.
Rwandese professors are trash.
No,
I'm from
hold on.
Rwanda myself.
Let two Niger go ahead, two Niger.
Because there is a trend you see on the continent. You know those videos you watch, black people, they would deny that they are black. They are not from the continent. They tend to be from East Africa, and they tend to be the E1, B1 group. And that is the group these Tutsis are from.
Yeah,
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Because I don't like a situation whereby people pretend as if we don't know what is going on that continent. People that are on Africans, because they are from, they have lineages to the north, they will be coming south, like with the Bantus, because the Niger-Congo group, which dynasty you belong to, they will pretend as if they are the ones that call us monkeys. These same people are the ones that call us monkeys all the time. And then when they do all this, they come here and they pretend as if they don't know what their group is doing. What you have to look at is look at the numbers. They act as if they are privileged and they want to rule over
Two Niger. What Tutsi called you a monkey?
Thank you.
They do that all the time.
Lee, what Tutsi called you a monkey? Oh my God.
Hold on.
Bro has never even met a Tutsi.
These people are afraid, man. They have a complex, man.
Calling us monkeys now. Come
Y'all need
on,
to chill, man.
Okay, let me put this together. So let me hold on. One mic. I'm gonna pass you one mic. I'm passing you. So from what I gathered today, not only do the Tutsis call us monkeys, they took over the DRC military. I mean, come on, man.
Let us laugh. Let us laugh, yo. Let us laugh.
Yeah, can I come in quick, guys? Just a little bit, right?
Go ahead, Kay.
From my opinion, yeah, thanks. So for my opinion, right? So this whole idea that, Tutsis are like some other race, right? Genetically, I've looked at the genetic studies. These people are 60% Nilo-Bantu DNA, 30% so-called Cushitic DNA from Ethiopia, etc., right? So this is where they actually came from, right? The maternal part, meaning from the female side, right? They were Ethiopian Highlanders, right? A group similar to the Oromos. They came into Kenya. They mixed with some of the surrounding population known as El Molo. Then they went into Uganda as part of the Bunyara Kitara kingdom, and they mixed with the Bantus there from the paternal side. Then, of course, that's what made the modern Tutsi population. They are paternally Bantu.
Can I ask you a question? Can you take the link? Can you take the link and put it in a group? Because my research have shown that Tutsi people, when they were doing, they took a DNA sample because there was so many noise saying that Tutsi came from this and there. And you had these anthropologists who actually pulled the DNA and show that, look, a Tutsi is just a subgroup of a Bantu, because...
No, subgroup
Listen, don't interrupt me, mister. I know everything. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish my statement. Let me finish. Another thing I need to add was, when this research was done, nobody was happy. Not even Kagame, a Tutsi himself, not even the Hutu, not even him, this guy making a lot of noise here, because everybody wants to just make the Tutsi a boogeyman.
Not, bro. My mother, you can. My mother can tell
one
you.
second.
Let me
Let's finish
finish.
brother point.
Let Kay finish.
One
Let
second,
Kay
brother.
finish. Go ahead,
Let
Kay.
me finish.
Let me just make my.
DNA
Let me just
wise
finish
just
the point, right?
shows that the
And so,
Tutsi. Oh, Dinus, let me actually tell you another thing. There is no way in Africa where two groups of people they claim they're different ethnic speak the same language. Tutsi and Hutu speak the same language. So that further proves, if you ask a linguistic, it tells you that if two groups of people speak the same language, and then they go further into a DNA, they just shows you that, oh, you know what? These are the same people. And let me further explain you why they are Tutsis and Hutus. Let me explain you why. And give me 5 minutes uninterrupted, please. Please don't interrupt me, Mister. I know everything. A Tutsi was just a social class name.
I
If
know
you
that.
had,
Do you think I don't know?
yeah, shut up, please.
No,
Let
I
me
know.
finish.
No, you, because you attack on me. You say, Mr. Novi, I know more than you, and I know that.
Yes, you do. You do. So
That
shut up
it's a
and
social
listen,
class.
Mister. I know everything. I know you know more than me. I know you know more than me. Shut up.
Oh boy.
I know more than you, so
Because
you just speak. Don't refer to me because I know more than you. Have some respect.
yes, Mister, I know everything. Now
Just
that I'm
speak.
saying an argument, you never brought it up. Now you're trying to argue. A Tutsi was just a social status name for a group or a person who had cows. Now you agree. Why didn't you bring it up before?
No. Actually, that's how they came to put it, but it was not. Their migration is
Oh
different. Even
man,
Rwandan
you
professor
you
can tell
just
you
a
the same.
confusion man. Now
Can
I'm
I
gonna
say
call you a
something, please?
confusion man.
Can I
I've
say
said it
something,
here
Listen.
before,
please?
but it's not.
Can I
Okay,
say
so let
something,
me
please?
finish. Dinus, let me finish.
Go ahead. Then I'm gonna pass it to Romeo. Go
So
ahead.
Tutsi now or before or in the time, if you take a Tutsi now, you do the research, DNA wise and Hutus, we agree that Hutus are Bantus. Tutsi is just a subgroup of Hutus. Therefore, a Tutsi is also a Bantu. Don't make him to be the boogeyman. Because in history, the Belgian guy who's the Belgian, go and live in Belgium. Belgium is this country of two people who
Dynas,
never get along.
can
They
I
brought
speak?
that culture. They brought that culture in Africa. They say how we divide people. Belgium until today, they don't get along.
It's not the
Tutsi
Belgian who
people,
divide the Tutsi and Hutu. That's a lie. It was there
listen to
before the
me,
Belgian
man.
arrived. It
Can
was
you shut
there
up,
before
please,
the
and let me
Germans.
finish, and
You
then
are
I'll let you
lying.
have the
God
floor.
don't let you lie to people.
He's not.
So,
Oh man, go ahead.
so
Can I
So
speak, please? Can
the
I speak?
Tutsi people were just a group of people. If you own cows, you were called a Tutsi. And if you were an agrarian family and you started owning more cows or you married into it and then you move up the social strata, then you acquire that title. It was more like saying bougie. Bougie and Tutsi is almost the same thing. DNA, same thing, and both
Question.
groups speak the
Question.
same
Can a
language.
Tutsi become a Hutu in the history? If you've read the history, can a Tutsi become a Hutu?
Man,
If you,
listen to me.
no, I'm asking
If
you a
you
question.
lost
Can a Tutsi
everything and
become
you
a Hutu?
became poor, you will have no only choice but to marry a Hutu woman, which you
I think you
place
guys
you.
have to agree to disagree because it's going to continue forever like that.
No, you have to walk away here knowing that don't hate anybody because they have a long nose.
I don't hate me myself, as I said a
Oh,
couple
you're
of times
blaming
here.
Tutsis for everything, man.
No,
Golly, man. That's
Okay,
it's
guys, I
xenophobic,
want to
man.
say something.
telling the truth and putting the facts out there is
You're
not
not telling the
hating,
truth,
Dinah.
No, but
dog.
Umkal
You're
is
not
not
telling the
letting
truth.
anyone speak. You have speaked enough, though. There's other people
Go
on
ahead,
the line,
Romeo. Go ahead,
right?
Romeo.
So I don't know how this conversation started because I joined late, but I'm listening to those who have spoken, and I think you guys are just feeding into the colonial narrative of division. Who
There you
cares
go.
where the Tutsis are from? Who cares whether they're from Rwanda? Rwanda is a colonial boundary. It's not the real boundaries of Africa. I
There
think
you
the
go.
real problem here is that we must. You don't. I live in England right now. you don't hear the English people saying that the English are composed of Scandinavians, Germans, Italians. You don't
Yeah.
hear them saying, well, these people from up there are from Italy. Oh, these people are from. No, they're together. They're one. We
They
in
erased
Africa
all
need
the
to.
borders in Europe. They erased it.
They erased it, and we are arguing over colonial borders. And guys, we have to move on from that. Really, the
That's the
problem.
first statement that I put here when I joined this group.
Hey,
I
hold on,
said,
if I can interject. Hold on, Kiza. Romeo, when Kiza first came on, that's what he said. What you're saying. But the
you
two
see, that's my whole thesis.
Romeo,
I don't know why we are
nobody's
defending here. One country
But
is
guys,
invading another country. That's the issue. That's what we are all talking about here.
yes,
When they
it's
say
the
that they
country
are
invading.
victims, yeah, they are the ones invading another country when they say they are victims.
Why are they
It's
invading?
not
yeah,
about
but the
Because they are
question
taking
is what?
advantage of the weakness of the Congolese regime
No,
to exploit
they
the
they've
natural
been
resources.
to Niger. They've been very clear that there are Hutu rebels who, from the Civil War, who escaped into Congo.
that's a pretext. That's a pretext the regime
I will
use.
go get them too.
That's a pretext the regime use. Romeo.
The problem. The problem.
To do that.
Hold on, go ahead, go ahead, Romeo. Go ahead, Romeo.
I think the problem with this war is that we're again even Tshisekedi, he's feeding into this narrative, or they're from Rwanda, while there you have Tutsis that are also from the DRC.
Yeah.
Tshisekedi doesn't
At the
refute
end of
that.
the
Romeo, let
day,
me explain. It's probably you
let
don't
me
understand.
finish, please.
Oh
Call,
man, let him
please.
finish,
Oh wow, this guy. Anyway, at the end of the day, I think I sort of agree with if this is true, because I don't know what's really true anymore. But if it is true that Kagame is saying, well, you have elements in the DRC, you're harboring elements in the DRC that exterminated 1 million Tutsis, and then I'm going into your country to get rid of them because you're not doing anything about it. It and then Tshisekedi is saying, well, these people, they're from M23, they're from Rwanda, and I think that's the problem. We have to move on from this colonial divide, and once we
Yeah.
move on from this colonial divide, then we could solve the problem. And yeah, so that's what I want to say.
Romeo,
Yeah,
let
let's
me
erase all the
answer
colonial
that.
borders. They were placed there to divide us and make us fight all the time.
Wait.
Well, there you go.
If you came when I was talking about the Hutu and Tutsi, it's a question which I was asked.
I don't know why we act as if there's no border before they arrive. Kingdom has borders.
Borders, yes. Kingdom has borders, and we can
Colonial borders.
we can take off those borders, but by by going in by peace, by talking, by allowing with understanding, not by one country because it's got the support of some powerful people invading another country and killing people from that
So what
country,
would
then
you have
blaming.
Kagame do? What would you have Kagame do if there's
Okay.
elements who
Okay, Romeo,
orchestrated
I understand.
the
Romeo,
genocide in their
let me answer
country?
that question. It's probably you don't know that Congo has went into joint operations with Rwanda so as to hunt those so-called FDLR. Do you know how many times? Do you know that those operations have been done? Do you have any information about that?
No.
You see, that's why when you don't have that information, you think that these people, Congo just welcome them and arm them. No. In 1996, it was the same issue. In 1998, again, that alibi. Then President Joseph Kabila, he went into Rwandan agreement so that they can do special force from Rwanda with Congolese arm. They can come and conduct operations. They eliminated a lot of those guys and captured some, took them to Rwanda. There is operation called, you can look up to yourself, Kimia Umoja Wetu, Kimia 1, Kimia 2. So 3 operations. Even this president, Tshisekedi, when he came to power, he went into the same agreement again with Rwanda. So that special force of Rwanda went to Congo, hunting those people. That's when they killed even Mudakumura. You can look it up. This.
So my question: these Congolese soldiers, were they Rwandan, Ugandan soldiers that partner with M23 to go after the Hutus, or?
Yeah, yes, it's Congo which is going into agreement with Rwanda. Of course, Rwanda did not say Rwanda is soldier, right?
The Congolese side, because you said that is the Rwandan and Ugandan soldiers. Okay, so
Yes.
these Rwandan Ugandan soldiers fighting for the Congo who went into partnership with the Rwandan side to get the Hutus. That's what you're saying?
There was a lot of that, and that's what was the problem. That's why when the Congolese government was trying to move now some in the other provinces, like in the west, Rwanda and our brothers, they rebelled because they don't want to be moved in other provinces. They just want to stay here in the Kivu, closer to Rwanda. That was the issue.
That's
Even
their
in
native
Congolese
land. That's their
that's
native land.
among the problem.
Hold on, you don't go around too much. The question was, what would you have Kagame do? It's simple. Personally, why is he not working with the Congolese leader to quell that?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Because Kagame has an agenda, another agenda than the FDLR. He's using an FDLR as a pretext.
I can answer the reason why he's not working with them, because per call and per everything, the leadership of the Congo are incompetent.
Yeah.
No, but the leader of Congo, they tried to work with Kagame.
Is effectively Congo is effectively a failed state.
Hey, Dynus.
Congo is
hold on, hold on, one mic. Let Romeo finish and I'll pass it to Skylar. Go ahead, Romeo.
Okay. So Congo is effectively a failed state. They're the richest country in the world, and they're so corrupt that they looted all the funds for the military was looted, so they can't even defend their own self. I sort of understand M23, because if they're Tutsis that are being persecuted in the Congo, hold on, please. If they are Tutsi that's being persecuted in the Congo,
that's why I'm asking
what are they going to continue to do? Are they just going to continue to be
They gotta defend themselves.
They have to defend themselves. So, and because Congo is a failed state, they decided to take matters in their hands.
Do you see you have a Rwandan narratives? I asked if you knew that Congo.
Man, Romeo is from the Caribbean, man.
Yes, but
Romeo is from Caribbean. He's in the UK. He's understanding that.
Yes, most English speaking.
Come on, guys. What does the Caribbean have to do with me? What are you saying? People from the UK shouldn't be commenting on
No. I'm saying it. Sorry. I'm saying that you understand it. It's so simple that you understand it. But this guy here, Onko, is trying to lie to everybody, saying that the Tutsi is the boogeyman.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying.
I have a question.
Kamara, I'm going to ask you a question.
Let someone else.
Hey,
no. Let me just address Romeo quickly. Let me just address Romeo.
Can I say something real quick? No, let me say something real quick. Hello, Dynus?
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead, Skylar.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Thanks, Dynus, again. I'm back again. Kira, are you Rwandan? Kira? Are you Rwandan, Kira? Hello?
Who's Kira?
The lady. Kiza, the Rwandan lady?
No, my name is Kiza. I'm a dude, actually. I'm a dude, but I just have a small voice.
Oh, okay. Are you Rwandan, right?
So I'm going to tell you this. As I was explaining to you that there has been Rwandese communities cut to different countries, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. Yes. Listen, man. I'm Rwandese who was cut to the side of Uganda. So I'm Ugandan, but I speak Rwandese. And I have relatives to the side of the border of Rwanda.
Okay, cool.
I have a question for you. Terms.
Okay. What's your name again? I want to get your name again, ma'am. What's your name?
My name is Kiza.
All right, Kiza. Yeah, so on call is the biggest problem is there are Bantus who don't think Tutsis are Bantus. That's like the biggest. Bro, that sums it up, Dynus. That just
that is not my problem.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm here for facts. Let me finish. This is the biggest problem. Just like Niger. Niger said the Tutsis call us monkeys. Who called you a monkey? Like, who called you a monkey?
I mean, that's the crazy shit I've heard.
I know. Let me finish. Some Bantus think that the Tutsis are Ethiopians, are Somalis, and some Bantus don't like Somalis, like in Kenya and like in South Africa. So basically, this whole issue is that there are Bantus who don't think Tutsis are Bantus. So they say they're from Ethiopia, they're from Somalia, they're not from the Great Lakes. That's pretty much this whole problem. They're not from Congo, they're not from Rwanda, they're from Ethiopia. That sums up
Yes.
this whole issue, period. Second, okay, that's pretty much sums it up. Second, Kia, I'm sorry if I keep getting your name wrong. You remember 1994, the Rwanda genocide, right? The genocide against the Tutsi, right? Okay, so on call is one of these dudes that spread this propaganda that Paul Kagame shot down the plane.
It's not propaganda. It's facts.
Yeah, it is propaganda. It's propaganda. No. I'm talking. I'm talking.
Chill out, man. God, go ahead.
I'm talking to the Rwanda Uganda lady. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
now I'm actually a dude. But anyway, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So
it was a dude.
Okay,
I thought it was a girl too.
Okay. Let me finish. Who murdered Madam Agatha, the president of Rwanda at the time when that plane was shot down? Do you know? Do you remember that?
Honestly, there is no evidence for there is
no
evidence.
I know. No. I know that. I know that. But there's no. But
speculation. There is speculations that Kagame shoot after the meeting in Arusha. That they met up with the group and shoot the aeroplane. Of the
I know that, but it's a fact that the presidential guard murdered the president. There was a female president who was supposed to be the next prime minister after the plane that shot down. Do you know about that, Madam Agatha?
Can you just repeat that, please? I can't hear you well.
Rwanda, Madam Agatha, Habareme was in the plane, was shot down. Then Madam Agete was supposed to be the next prime minister.
We are talking about Congo. This guy bring us to
no.
Give him.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
I think
I got it. Yes, exactly. Who
said that? Who said that? Hey, brother, who said that?
The other Kiza.
Okay, Akiza. Okay, I'm talking. Do you know the presidential guard murdered her, right?
Yeah, the prime minister, the lady was murdered. Yeah.
Yeah. Who murdered her though?
The governments of Habyarimana.
Exactly. Why did they murder her? Because she was pro Arusha Accord, correct, man? She was a moderate. She was a moderate though. She was going to go make it. Yes, exactly. What on call is trying to convince you is that the military that killed the president, that killed the president, also didn't kill the prime minister. That's what he believes. Yeah, I know it's a mission.
Do you understand this guy? Because he lost that debate.
No. It's not. Let me finish.
I said yes. The president of God is the one which killed.
Go ahead, Scholar.
Like I said, so he wants to. So it's clear as day that the presidential guard, who provides security for the president and the prime minister, they killed the president. That's a fact. Okay, but on-call wants to convince you that the Rwandese, Paul Kagame, sneaked into Kigali, shot down the plane, and then sneaked out Kigali, and nobody captured them. He wants to convince you of that. And the presidential guard did nothing about it. The presidential guard didn't investigate who killed them. They didn't investigate who shot down the plane. But the presidential guard went to go murder the president. No, this not. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. The presidential guard. No. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Finish.
This whole thing. All right. The presidential guard murdered the president, the Hutu president, who was pro Arusha Accord. But on call, want to make you think like Paul Kagame. They sneaked into the country. Okay, they sneaked into the country. Nobody find them. They shot down the plane. Nobody captured them, and they sneaked out. And the presidential guard did nothing about it. The presidential guard didn't. They didn't want to go investigate it, but they went to go murder the president. Like that's why I'm trying to go ahead.
You bring it back again. Last time, let me speak now. Even the last time I told you, yes, it's the presidential guard that murdered Madame Agatha, who was the prime minister. And I explained to you that they killed him because politically, even if he was a Hutu, but he was opposing their government. Okay, you understand? He was opposing their government.
What do you mean oppose the government? What do you mean by that? What do you mean oppose the government?
Because he was an opposition. He was an opposition to the government.
What do you mean by that? She's still the president though.
Because it was a government of unity. It was no longer a government by the Hutu people only. I mean, by the MRND.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
This guy, I've been explaining him this. He lost the last debate. Now he's coming with the same thing.
Why is it so? Because you don't know the government of unity. No, explain that. Explain
let me explain. After
I'll explain it. I explain it. The lady you're referring to wanted peace and wanted to, wanted Rwanda to come together. The Hutus that assassinated her, they didn't want that, so that's why they
exactly,
killed her.
Exactly, Dias. It's so simple. This guy wants you to read books. He wants you to read books. Read that. It's right in your face. It's right in your face. You don't need to read no damn books.
Dinas, do you think Dinas understand the situation in Rwanda better than me?
It's simple.
Situation was, the lady wanted peace. The lady wanted a peaceful Rwanda. The other who wanted blood, and so they killed her. I mean, and they killed a number of Tutsis as well. That's what happened.
Listen now, what I said, yes, it's a presidential guard that killed her because they didn't want her. Because after they heard that the Habyarimana and the president of Burundi and their chief of staff, the army chief, has been shot, has been killed in the plane. They knew that the person who's gonna take power. And remember that. Do you know that? Some soldiers of FPR were in Kigali already, because remember they come up with a national unity government where there was a what we can call representative from.
So it's the RPF fault. It's the RPF fault. It's the RPF fault.
Listen. You ask.
It's the RPF fault that the president was killed.
The RPF soldiers were in Kigali already because they were guarding those parliamentarians from RPF party. And then that's where you will hear among the Rwandans, they will tell you there was the technician as well, the technician who were infiltrating some areas. All investigation found that the arm which it was used, the missile, Sol Air missile, came from Uganda. The then Rwandan government didn't have that arm. The last time I refer you to even the interview of the prosecutor, Carla Del Ponte, who investigated about this. And he spoke about this. It's on YouTube for free. You can go and listen. There are even former President Kagame.
Hey, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. So the RPF were responsible for protecting the Hutu president. The RPF were responsible for protecting the Hutu president and the Hutu prime minister. So the Hutu prime minister picked Tutsis to protect him, right? Even though he's a Hutu ideology, he's a Hutu extremist, he picked the Tutsi to protect him. And then the president picked the Tutsi to protect the Hutu president. Is that what you're saying?
Man, you are confused because you don't
You're saying the RPF. No, you're saying the RPF was close enough to shoot down the plane. The RPF was close enough to the president to kill her. I'm saying the Hutu president had Hutu military. He had a Hutu guard. He had Hutu guards. Period. Because it's a Hutu president.
Listen. The prime minister, his guard was the member of UN. They were not to the Hutu army. They were killed.
What the hell?
Also. Listen.
No, it wasn't.
Man, you don't know anything, but you just wanna
add your guard with Hutus.
Listen.
Does this make sense? Does this make sense to anybody?
Listen.
Does this make sense to anybody?
Listen to me a little bit. I can give you references. Go read the book In Praise of Blood. You'll understand. Go read Rwanda.
Please leave the books alone.
What do you mean the books?
This is
we love reading these books, but look at who wrote them.
Yes, they're African. They're African. They are Rwandan testimonials. The African reading, even former comrade of Kagame, they spoke about it. This is what
as drinking the colonial Kool-Aid.
No. Listen, man. I'm just intellectual.
Uncle, let me just add something to this. See, if you look at the nature of this conflict and who shot that plane down, the fact that we don't have any concrete evidence that either parties did it. Hold on, please. It's quite unusual. Like in Nigeria, we had what triggered a civil war. In many countries, you tend to have full accounts of what happened. Even the perpetrators will own up to what they did. But nobody has come up to own up to this plane crash. In African context, it's quite unusual.
Hey,
that's quite unusual.
Actually,
I have a question. Let me ask Tunaja.
The people who were in that operation of shutting down the plane.
I have a question for you. Tunaja, I have a question.
But Skylar is too lazy
I have a
to even
question,
do a little simple research.
Nobody knows who shot that plane down.
Yes, there is.
Nobody, they're just guessing. It's all circumstantial
yo.
guessing. Nobody knows.
Hey, yo,
We don't know.
Tunaja.
All we know, the French shot the plane down. You're here arguing amongst yourself. How can something like this happen and nobody in African conflicts? You often get who did what, why it happened, and exactly what happened.
Tunaja, I have a question. Tunaja, let me ask you something. Tunaja, let me ask you something. Tunaja, let me ask you something. Tunaja,
there is an interview of Kagame himself.
Tunaja, let me ask Tunaja something. Tunaja, I'm not Nigerian. Was there ever a Nigerian president that got killed or assassinated? Was there ever a Nigerian president that got killed or assassinated? How were they killed? Who killed them? Was it the military?
Sometimes yes, the military, mostly the military.
Exactly. Mostly, okay. Who got killed by non-military? Who was killed by someone that wasn't a part of the military? Tell me, Nigel. Was there a prime minister that wasn't killed by not by the military?
I think all presidents that have been removed from office.
You can say, what was the guy? He was the richest guy in Africa, and him and his wife got killed. But he was supposed to be president, but I think
about Abiola, you mean Abiola?
Abiola.
Yeah, Abiola has sponsored coups before, so he didn't like do the execution himself, but he sponsored the military to carry out the coups.
But that's my point.
No. I'm saying who killed? Because wasn't Abiola supposed to be president? Like he got.
He died in when the Abacha died.
Right.
And the Americans and the UN came to visit him, and he died somehow mysteriously.
No, Abacha was assassinated. I mean, Abiola was assassinated.
Abiola was assassinated just like Abacha was.
But I'm asking. Abiola was okay. Tunaj, you didn't understand me. Abiola was elected to be president, right?
Yes.
Then he was assassinated. But was he assassinated by military or was it like a private bodyguard?
No. He wasn't assassinated. Obviously, it was after Abacha died. Abacha jailed him. Then when Abacha died, then he was supposed to be released. But the UN and Rice, one of the Rice from America, came over.
But what was the military? The military?
They said he died of heart condition. Basically, that's what they told us.
No, Abiola did not die of a heart condition. He got shot.
No, come on, man. This is I was in the compound where he was buried, so I know what I'm telling you.
Abiola did not die of a heart attack. He was assassinated.
No, you can call it an assassination. That's why I said they claimed he died of heart attack. But the chief security officer of Abacha said they assassinated both of them, Abacha and Abiola, because they all died.
We got to move on. You're all over the place tonight.
But that's my point, guys. That's my point.
I'm giving you facts, and you're here. I've spoken to the chief security of Abacha himself, and you're telling me I'm all over the place. Good luck.
Abiola was stopped.
Tunaja, okay. I'm trying to. There is an interview of former comrade of. Just look for Judy River, James Munyandinda. And this is a comrade of President Kagame, who explains how the whole operation was carried out. It's only the UN and the Kagame backers who they don't want. Actually, the black box, last time Skylar tried to lie, the black box was recovered, and the UN mission in Rwanda is the one which took that black box. So they know what happened. And actually, there is even another former bodyguard of Paul Kagame who wrote a book. His name is Abdul Joshua Ruzibiza. His name is, because it's in French, La Nature, La Vraie Nature de FPR. And he explained how the operation, how they transport the missile from Mulindi to the headquarters, where the RPF was given a space in Parliament in Kigali. And he explained even how those missiles were transported to place where they shot the plane, and even the names of people who they were in operation. These things, for people who read and who have been reading the Rwandan writing or the former Kagame, like even this David Himbara, he spoke about other issue which in his books the Rwandan killing field, Kagame's killing field. So for people who have done research, they know who have done, but the Kagame still have so many backers because they know if
the problem is concrete. See, you might all this stuff you are saying, it might be true, but it's not conclusive. There is no conclusive evidence until we have conclusive evidence. Is because both ways is true. I've seen cases where somebody wants to make peace with the other side. Their own side killed them. Like in the case of Rabin of Israel, when they were negotiating with Palestinians, was it not a right-wing Israeli that assassinated him? So it can happen both ways. So
But
it's not conclusive.
Think about this. Do you think they could be crazy to shoot down two of their presidents, one in Burundi of their group and of Rwanda, and then decapitated their army commands?
They killed the president.
That is what we don't know. You don't know that. All you know, foreigners came in and did the damage, and you're here pointing fingers at each other. You don't know. That is
no. Hey, let me answer you. Just answer. Hold up.
Because you don't have evidence.
He just asked me. They can't do it. They just. I told you the president killed was by the Hutu guard, but now he's saying that the Hutu can't kill the prime minister. He just said that, oh no, because they're an ethnic group, they can't kill a member of the ethnic group because the prime minister Hutu, the president guard can't kill the Hutu president. But we just believe that the Hutu guard killed the president.
If you understood the dynamics which were going in the region, especially when it comes to Burundi question and Rwanda, and you have a working mind, you will understand that those people couldn't be crazy to do that.
They do that all the time. What do you mean, dude? Tonight just said it.
And the French who were supporting them that time, my friend, you gotta be crazy to.
All that is circumstantial. You can create a narrative both ways. You can have concrete narrative that says is the Rwandan side that did it. You can have a narrative.
I think we lost the true topic here. The true topic, Mr. Romeo came up with it. Mr. Romeo, are you still present?
That's Skylar. That's how he comes. He doesn't have any facts, but he is.
Bro, it's a fact that they killed the prime minister.
Is Romeo still in?
Anyway,
yeah, Romeo's still here. Go ahead, Romeo.
Romeo had the real point. He tried to walk away, and we take us to that direction until somebody's keeping us lost. Romeo.
That's Skylar. That's how Skylar is. Every time he's like that.
Nobody called you. You started talking. They called Romeo.
I wanna ask some things about.
Go ahead, Keys. Go the other Keys. Go ahead.
So yeah, it's very funny that
let's speak about
time you hear.
Let's think about this. How can we? Oh
man, go call. Let the Keys talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say what is on my mind. It's very funny that every time we hear Congolese people, even the president, they always say that all the Rwanda-speaking people that are in Congo, they came as refugees. And that's really very funny. You know, I'll have to accept it, that after the genocide, yes, there is people that crossed to Congo, Uganda.
What can you repeat? You said that they say they came after what?
Can I explain myself? It's very funny that every time I hear Congolese people speaking, even the leaders, they will always say that all the Rwanda-speaking people that are in Congo, they all came as refugees.
When did you hear Congolese leaders say that? Which leader?
It's many times.
No. There's no leader of Congo who has said that.
Can I just finish, please? The funny thing is, someone has not yet finished. You always, you
can finish, but don't lie.
I'm not lying. I'm absolutely not lying. Let me just finish. So,
man, we gotta have some type of etiquette here, not calling people liar, because Mr. Everything here.
It's her opinion, okay? Let her share her opinion.
Thank you, because I would start saying that he's also lying. I haven't really said that too. So,
Mr. Who knows everything doesn't have manners.
Because Congolese leaders cannot say that all the Rwandan in Congo they came as refugees. No, because it's not true.
Let her just fish. Then you can.
I give you credit there. I really give you credit there because my first time to actually hear a Congolese saying that. But the rest of the leaders, even Tshisekedi himself, when they are in the meetings, listen. When they are in the meetings, accept that there is native Rwanda-speaking people too who were cut to the side of Congo, but when he goes to the TV and when he's talking to the Congolese people, he said, "Oh, these camps, we brought them in, we accepted, we welcomed them as refugees, but now they've turned against us." So I'm gonna really reach at the bottom of my point.
But the core of it, though, is it not that they arrived there? They were settlers.
Nobody arrived, man. All those places belong to Rwandan.
Kiza, calm down. I'm not saying that they are not and they are
what? Yes,
they were settlers. Even if they are
can I answer Tunisia? Can I reply to Tunisia?
Yes,
so
please go ahead.
Tunisia, when you look at African tribes, Africans and all over the world, immigrations has been always happening. Where everyone has traveled from one place to another. For example, they are talking of Bantu, saying that the Bantu are the natives of the land of Africa.
We are talking about migration of around barely 200 years ago.
Yeah,
we're not talking about 1,000 years, 500 years migration. We're talking about 200 years ago.
Kiza, can you give me a name of a land? Can you give me a name of one traditional land of Banyarwanda in Congo? They are the name of their king. The land where it is.
Wait a second. Let me just reply to Niger, and then I'll come to Niger. So you're saying absolutely, there has been immigrations happening. There is no one who is absolutely like a native. Someone came from somewhere. When you even look at the Bantus who say that they're the natives, they're always really, really proud of, of course I'm Bantu, but they say, oh, you're not. So when you even look at most of the Bantus actually originated from Cameroon. They always say, they originated from
that
Cameroon
was
Highlands
over
and they
2,000 years
east
ago.
side.
That was over 2,000 years ago. We are talking
And
about
that reversed my
200 years ago. We are talking about 18th
200
century and 19th
ago.
century migration.
Come on, man. You never see
2,000 years ago. Now the Bantu expansion happened over 2,000 years ago. Am I wrong?
What? No. Let me.
Can I just say,
Let me finish up. Then
these guys say he's Ugandan.
I beg your pardon?
You said you're from Uganda.
Yeah, Rwanda, Ugandan. Rwanda from Uganda.
I said, I'm sorry. I'm a victim of the borders. I was scattered. I said,
You
I'm
said,
literally, the other side of the border of Uganda. But I know Rwandese. I know how to speak Rwandese. I know I have relatives in Rwanda and I have relatives in Uganda.
Let him answer us. All the ethnic group in Congo, eastern part of Congo, they have their land, their culture, their language, and the king. Can you give me a name of a king, like a Rwandan land with the name of their king before colonization?
So what's your problem, man?
Thank you.
Okay, Ndeze was installed in 1930. You know that Ndeze was installed in 1930. And
by the Belgians.
Bahunde land, then they put Ndeze, right? You know that.
Bahunde land is always Bahunde land. It's very, very funny. North Kivu and South Kivu is a huge
let me just
place.
pause here. Dynas, did you notice this guy? They asked him a question earlier, and they said that the Hutus came from Congo, because your first question was,
what? Yeah. No. I asked question. Can you answer the question first? Or you don't even answer? Then we can go to another point.
The question Dynas asked was, but were Rwandan speaking people, were they there before independence? And the true answer is yes. He just admitted to that. Did you notice that?
No, they were there before independence. Yes. They migrated there. That's my point. They migrated there in the 18th. And I really wish we have a baseline of agreement here. Are we in agreement that they migrated?
So we all agree to that. We all agree to that.
Yeah, good. So that now we know that they settled there. And when you are using your language, try to stay away from saying that they are owners of the land there. Because they are actual natives.
Oh my God! Why should they not be owners of the land?
No,
hold on. When you say natives are the aboriginals.
Yes.
Who are the aboriginals? Can you give me the aboriginals?
Everybody move. Like,
thousands of years.
Bro, that doesn't matter. Wait a second, brother.
If you have been somewhere for thousands of years, you tend to be regarded as aboriginal. Generally.
Okay, Mr. Nigerian man, please walk away from this colonial mentality.
I don't know what you
it's not colonial mentality.
I don't know what you mean. It's just a fact. That is how people describe things. Otherwise, nobody owns anywhere then, by that standard.
You see, these guys are trying to, they don't have, let me just say one thing, yeah?
Being in Congo, The problem is the agenda which they are loyalty to. The problem is not them being in Congo, being citizens.
Exactly.
And I'm actually Tshisekedi have never said that there is no Banyarwanda Congolese. He has never said that, or he's never said that all Banyarwanda who are in Congo they came as refugees.
No, the problem in Africa, everybody's loyal to their tribe. So stop lying to yourself.
Guess what?
We did not say we.
Tshisekedi became president and he took all his cousins and he put them in offices. So that just means that in Africa and in Nigeria and in whatever part in Africa, Africans are loyal to their tribes. So stop blaming a Tutsi for loving a Tutsi or a Hutu for loving a Hutu. Y'all need to chill.
No, it's not about hating Tutsis. The point is, Tutsis are claiming lands that is not theirs. For example,
my friend,
Uganda.
when independence finds you, listen, when independence finds you somewhere and he talked about 1934 and Congo and the person was 1960, that makes you a citizen. So chill.
See,
the issue what we've got in Uganda.
Kocha, do you see what he just did? He just completely ignored what you said. What the
You see
real
that?
core of the issue is that a small group wants to go to another country and claim significant control of the territory there. And this is the issue. When Kagame is complaining that, we are afraid for ourselves, you are so afraid for yourself and you invaded another man's territory. How does that even work?
Exactly.
If you're afraid for yourself, you need not to block your
But
borders.
you want Kagame to close his eyes when people are getting killed?
It goes back to the beginning, yeah.
He's afraid for his security in Rwanda. That's why.
Hold on. Let me pass the other keys. Go ahead, other keys. Go ahead.
Dynasty.
What is about Koja? Koja was asking.
You see that they don't want to. They don't want
no one allowing me to read.
They don't want the.
I'm speaking one word. Someone cuts me off.
Go ahead, keys. Go ahead, other keys. Go ahead.
Hey, see me? I continue.
Go.
Let me continue. Yeah. Okay. Please, can you just give me a second, guys? I speak one word, you just cut me off. Please don't interrupt me. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the point. I said that the Rwandese speaking people are also among the natives of the tribes in the Eastern Congo.
That's not true.
That's very I beg you, did you say it's not true?
It's not true. There's no proof to substantiate that. There's no any scholar who have found that. Even Banyarwanda scholar. I've read you.
Black Americans. Let me ask Dinas now. Black American natives of America.
No, we can't be a slave ship.
And yet these Rwandans arrived in that region even after Black Americans arrived in America.
That's not true. They were there.
No, they were not. I'm telling you, they arrived in the Dinas. I'm telling you, the information says that they arrived in the 18th and 19th century. The Black Americans arrived earlier in America.
Niger, was there when 1960? When 1960, when Congo became independent, was there in 1960?
Yep,
yes
they
or
were
no?
There.
Okay, Niger. I'm asking Niger. Was the Tutsi there in 1960 when Congo became an independent country?
Okay, so
done. You said there. You said yes. Yes.
Listen.
So that's true. It's a fact. Now, am I supposed to say no? It's a fact. They were there.
What do you mean by they don't own the land?
Hold on. My point is that before you call yourself a native, you have to be.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
No. You can't say
they're a native tribe, bro.
Black Americans don't call themselves natives of America.
Yes, they are. It's called FBA ADOS. Yes, they are.
Look at that. Yeah, you started now. Are you saying you're native of America now?
Tanaja, let me reply to you. I did not. It's something very easy to understand. I never mentioned that the Rwandese are the only native people of the land. Congo has many tribes. Congo literally has many tribes, and North
overlapping
is a very big place.
Even overlapping.
Eastern part of Congo, where our brother from Rwanda and Uganda, from Rwanda and Burundi, they are founded.
Can Kiza finish? Go ahead, Kiza. Golly,
yeah,
go
thank
ahead,
you. Yes, I'm really gonna get to the bottom of the point. Okamara, you're talking so much. You have many books on your head. You bring out this. This really won't solve anything on the ground. I'm really gonna show you this. If the little small minority of the people are not accepted because of the top leaders. They have been
That's not
brainwashing the
true.
Congolese
That's not
people.
that they're not
Let me
accepting
finish
this.
off, please. I'll give you your time, please.
No, because
Because the Congolese.
Oh man, Uncle, let
Man,
him finish. Let him
Lord.
finish.
It's yeah. It's
It just
really,
shows
really
that
very
Uncle
funny.
is not civilized.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Keys. Go ahead, other Keys. Go ahead, other Keys.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
oh man.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Keys. Go ahead.
thank you. I'm gonna really continue. So it's always really funny that someone based 1,000 miles away in Kinshasa will always try to define, say, oh, this is our land. This is Goma. Literally, Goma is in the mouth of Rwanda. Is in the north. Is in the north. In the north of Rwanda. And it's very funny. Like when the colonials were cutting the border, they really never cut the borders according to how the ethnicity were spreading the land. Let's accept that. When you look at the Maasais in Kenya and Tanzania, they literally look at the map of Kenya and Tanzania. It's one line, and one community of the Maasais were cut to the side of Kenya, another one was cut to the side of Tanzania. And
I say
now
that.
they
I
identify
say
as
that.
different people, but these are same people. Listen, these are different. These are same people. So this is the same thing. You want to say that Rwanda Kingdom was very huge. It was literally very huge, but they never accepted that. You never hear
No,
these
since the
Rwandese people
beginning.
fighting in Kinshasa. Listen, you never hear
Not in
these Rwandese people
1850.
fighting in Okamara. Listen, let me finish up. You never hear Rwandese people fighting in any other parts of Congo. You always hear them at the border. That's their land too. They
That's not
never
true.
chase away other tribes. Listen, they never chase away other tribes.
Do
They never
you
do that.
don't know? You see, you are from Uganda. You don't know, and you don't wanna hear. I'm not from Kinshasa. I'm from Kivu. As I said before, I'm from Kivu.
Man, listen.
Listen. You spoke.
Listen.
You are speaking generally.
Let me
But
finish off, man. Let me get to the bottom of my point.
Is Keys finished? Go ahead. Go ahead, Keys. Go ahead, Keys.
Let me get to the bottom of my point. I am from Ntungamo, and Toro, very near, literally at the border. I know everything. It's also near to Congo. What are you talking about? So, and I know the region really well.
Caesar, can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt you?
You don't know everything. No.
So, Dynast, evidence is in this group. There are two Caesars. One is from Uganda and one is from Congo. Both are ethnically speaking Kinyarwanda. It just goes to show you that the white man traced borders and he cut up people on left and right.
Yeah, but it happened to white
It's
people.
not every.
Man, that sounds like Ubwenge, man.
Keep using this
That sounds like Ubwenge.
white man creating the borders. Hold on. Let me. Kizo, you just finished talking. See, even in Europe, you have many nations that are cut. They cut all over the place. Switzerland is made up of Germans, French, and all kinds. So it's not only in Africa this has happened to. So it's not unusual. But what I'm looking at, if you're an American and you are a black American, and you cannot call yourself a native American.
Okay, you keep going back to that. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. You keep going into that nonsense.
No, I want to make that point to Native Americans, Black Americans, because sometimes they look at Africa as in a simplistic way. That if you cannot say you are Native American when you arrived 400 years ago, then why is it that this lady can say she's native of a land that they settled just under 200 years ago? Why?
Man, so okay,
Listen,
let me answer a question.
really
Let me answer a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Kiza, let me answer to this guy. Because these minds that these white men have put in your minds, they're doing the work for them. Just accept them only.
No.
Hey, don't interrupt me, man. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish my thing.
We have so much time on our hands.
Yeah. So this guy here, they kind of put something in your head. Accept him if it's only 200 years ago. Accept him if it's only from 1960. Come, I mean, what's wrong with you, man? Does it make him less African than you?
Sorry. I'm not saying they should not accept them. I don't think be discriminated against. I never supported any discrimination against any.
So let me answer you. Who is native to that land? Bro,
let me give you an example.
There is a volcano.
I don't waffle all over the place. The natives are the ones that have arrived there for thousands of years.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter.
You see that?
You also traveled from
That's the
somewhere else.
issue.
That means the land is also not
Wait,
yours.
wait,
We are
can
all travelers.
I
If you
interject
also
here?
related from
Hey, you cut me off, man. I didn't finish. I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Can I interject
Number
here?
one, it doesn't matter. Number two,
Because you're
it
claiming
actually
something that's
does
not yours.
belong to. Hey, there is a volcano there. Google. It's called Rwenzori. It's in Kinyarwanda. All those lands there have
Oh
name
my
in
God.
Kinyarwanda.
No, Rwenzori is not in Kinyarwanda.
Yes.
Hey, you see how you
What a
guys
lie.
Rwenzori is not in
Man, all
Kinyarwanda.
those lands there, Ruturwa, Kinyarwanda, man. The
No,
Kinyarwanda
Your
Kingdom
Gwende
was
is not
there.
good enough.
it's a lie. It's in Bantu languages. That's why you finish Kinyarwanda. Koja, go ahead. I'll give you.
But
Yeah,
listen,
but
you
Your
don't want to
Gwende is
admit
Never
not good
nothing,
really
enough.
man.
finished though. I
let's
really
allow
never
Koja
finished.
to
Koja,
finish.
give your time. Koja,
You
please.
are about your turn. Now let Kuja say something.
So
Then you
Come
can.
on,
how
man.
come
I
there are
didn't
No,
even
also
don't
finish
worry.
random
your
I'm going to
people
finish.
speak
Just
after
cut
speaking?
me off.
Kuja now.
They're
Kuja, you want
scared.
to say something?
I know their
Kuja,
history. They're scared. They don't want me to
Kuja,
speak, man.
okay, say
Kojo,
your
I'll
piece.
have
So
to give you
Kiza
time.
can say
Let me
something.
finish off. Let me finish off my summer part, and
You
I will
don't
give
want
you
me to
time.
speak,
From
man. I know
Uganda,
your
you
history.
speak.
Kojo, speak,
Let's
speak,
Koja as
Kojo.
well
You
speaking.
guys
That's
were
why.
refugees.
Let's
That's the
Koja.
beginning.
Oh Lord.
That is the
Okay.
beginning of your history in
Okay.
Uganda.
How old
But
are you?
now
How
you're
old are you, Kojo?
claiming land in Buganda. How does that happen?
Kojo,
You're
Kojo, how old are
claiming
you?
land in Buganda when you arrived as refugees. And you're trying to
I'm
do the
asking
same
you.
thing in Congo. You've done the
Kojo,
same
how
thing
old
in
are you?
Rwanda. You're doing the same thing in Tanzania. You're doing the
Okay.
same, like, when are you going to have enough, man? You should be
So
even
how old are
grateful
you?
that we allowed you to
I'm
stay,
asking
man.
No,
you. How old are
Kiza, let
you?
him finish. Kiza, let him finish. You
Okay.
see, what he's saying there is ringing a bell in my head because in Nigeria they accuse Fulanis of the same thing, and they are also pastoralists, and they are also linked to this in North Africa. See, what is going on here is a kind of movement. Is you can even argue that there is another expansion going on of the E1 B1B coming down south, just like the Bantu expansion occurred. And this friction you are seeing is
Exactly, bro.
what is happening. And when people keep saying this stuff, when they tell you that okay, what you are doing, we are seeing it, you want to acknowledge it and say, okay, how do we balance this out? Do you want my own people to be well represented? Do you want your people to be protected? Fine. Let's find a way to get things to work. Not when a small minority decides that, you know what, we have to have the lion's share. Then you have a problem. That's what's going to create problems on the continent. We have to figure
Guys,
out a way
let
to
me,
be more representative. Go ahead.
I hear you, bro. What my whole thing is this. I believe that we're living in a time whereby more or less there's different classes. There's the slave makers, slave catchers, there's smugglers of wealth. I believe Paul Kagame and Museveni fall into that category. And that's why the European nations and all these
Yes.
foreign nations love them. Because
Yeah.
they possess this trait. They have this anti-black, anti-Bantu hatred. They share that with
Oh
the
gosh.
European. That's
Oh
Oh
why
gosh.
Lord!
they're
Oh
Oh
my
used.
my
god.
Yes, they
God!
have.
That's
Oh
Yes,
why
they
they're
man.
have.
Oh
used.
Can
god.
I
It's
No,
like
no,
I
no.
Oh
said,
Yes,
Leave, leave
Dinah.
him.
they
Leave,
have.
Jesus!
leave him to
Dinah,
express
it's like
I
I
himself.
said.
gotta
Let
make a
him express
point.
himself,
Oh
please.
Lord!
Yeah, let him
Dinah,
talk. Let him talk. Let him
Dinah,
talk.
hear
Listen,
them
No,
Oh
out.
let
Lord!
him
It's an
talk.
That's just
ancient
my
conflict.
own,
No,
based on
let
my
him
own
talk. Let
family's
him
no.
talk.
history.
Call just
Let
speak.
the
I
man
think
talk.
Call
Based
just
on
speak.
my own family's history from Luero massacre, where Museveni invaded and became president through that massacre. If you know that history, you can go and
I
look
know.
into it.
I
So
know. Yeah.
again, we can't deny these facts and then try recreate a whole new history and try say, oh, you're native when we knew
That's the
you
problem.
as refugees. You guys came as refugees
Kojo,
in Uganda.
Kojo, are you saying the white man didn't love Mobutu? Are you saying the white
These
man
all
doesn't
of
love
these
Felix?
all of
But
these
Are
Mobutu
you
had
presidents,
are
them.
you
You
saying the
cannot
white
compare
man
Mobutu.
doesn't love Congolese leaders?
Mobutu
all of
didn't
these
kill millions of
presidents.
Oh
people.
Let me
Lord!
make
He
it
didn't
clear,
let the
bro.
killings of million people.
Let me just help out.
Let me
You
make
see,
it clear, bro.
Dinah's, what you are missing is that, like in India now, they have what they call the caste system. When the Europeans got there, because the system they already divided to an extent, they concretized it and made it even worse. The same thing happened in Africa, where you have the Tutsis are the ruling class within the Rwandan this thing. When they came, they made it even worse, and the division became more this thing steep. And this is what we are
Exactly.
talking about it today.
Hey, yo, bro. Okay. So basically, the two T's aren't Bantus. Okay,
That's why they
I
went
know.
quiet, man. That's why those geezers
They are
disappeared, man.
Bantus with
So you believe?
more
So hey, I have
That's
a
admixture
why they
than
question.
ran
with.
off.
I have a
They
They
question
couldn't
have
for
more
you.
handle that truth,
admixture.
I'm
man.
here,
I
man.
know
The
I'm
their
here,
UK,
history.
Kojo. I'm here,
the
Kojo.
UK,
Kojo, I'm here.
hey,
Kojo, Kojo.
dude from the
Kojo, I'm here.
UK, the dude, hey, dude from the UK. So when the European measured the two T skulls, you believe that, right? So when the European came and like measured the two T skull, they face structures. That's proof that they're not Bantu, right? When they did the skull
No,
measurements
no,
like
no.
that.
You've got it all wrong, my friend.
No. Why do you believe that, but you don't believe
Dana,
that,
you're
bro?
asking a
That's
question.
your
You don't want
assumption.
him to answer. Let
That's
him
your
answer.
assumption.
Okay, all right.
That's your
So,
assumption.
So how
the
are the
Tutsi
Tutsi
thing,
not Bantu?
listen,
How
the
are the Tutsi
Tutsi
not
thing and
Bantu?
the Hutu thing
That's your
existed in Rwanda
misinformation that
before
you're
the
You just
Germans
regurgitating, man.
and
you
before
said,
the Belgian. The Belgian, when they went there, they just used that division which they found on the ground
Roger.
to even divide people more. But it
Bro,
doesn't
it's
mean that the European, they are the one who brought it. And again,
no.
the Rwandan kingdom, the ancient Rwanda kingdom, when you read about it, it's not the same with today Rwanda. It was small kingdom. Around it, there was Nduga, there was Bunyambiriri, there was Busozo. Then in the 1850, this is when when the king Wabugiri came to throne, he started even conquering more land. This small
The
kingdom
Nyiginya.
to the north.
Nyiginya.
Yeah, the Nyinginya lineage, the Nyinginya lineage which Wabugiri comes in. This is how they start conquering. When the European arrived in Rwanda, like
Madness.
you can read. That's why I'm telling
Okamara.
it's not only about it's not only about what we are saying or our tradition of Bahunde or Bashi, but the other visitors who came visit this area, like the explorers or the Arabs who were slave catchers, they found some reality there. So this is when they start conquering other lands, and that's how Rwanda became a little bit bigger. When actually the German took over Rwanda, Rwanda was not yet unified as it is today. Historian from Rwanda, like Nyagahene, you can read Nyagahene research, you'll see that. Even when the Belgian took over Rwanda, there were still some areas which it was not under the Rwandan king control, and they wrote that. So it's not only us Bahavu speaking about this Obashi, but there is other people, other outsider who can give. I mean, they can be witness to this.
Omar, let me see. In the end, though, we have been talking about Rwandans for quite a long time now, but Congolese too themselves have their own. They have to put their house in order because they've created a very they've allowed a situation to occur. Because if that country starts doing well, Africa
will do
Bro,
better.
I don't blame the
a lot
Congolese,
better off.
man. We
And
gotta
they
leave.
need to get their. No, you can't say you can't blame them because they are the owners of the land,
Nah,
and they are
they
not. What are
haven't.
they doing with the land?
Bro, they
We have
haven't
to
had
hold
a chance
ourselves
to recover,
accountable.
man.
Yes,
They haven't had a
Why
chance to
even
recover, bro.
Why
let me guess. That's the
Chance
are
to
they not fixing
recover
their
them,
how?
them not
They
having
are
a
not
chance to
even
recover. That's the
financing
Tutsi
their
fault, right?
military.
we have to hold them
How
Right.
they
accountable.
have a
That's the
chance?
Tutsi's fault, right? They haven't had
let
a
me ask
chance
you
to
a question.
recover.
Now,
That's the Tutsi fault, right?
Tutsis are one of the reasons why, man. They
Oh
keep
Lord.
sabotaging
Oh Lord.
all of the time, man.
Guys,
If
do
you
you
go
Oh
think
back
Lord.
more than 30 years.
do you
so
Oh
it's
think
the
Lord.
Tutsi fault. Hey
being in
yo,
war? Listen,
Hello?
my people. Listen,
I make
listen.
a
At me.
point real
Do
quick.
you think being in war for 2 years, because during war, infrastructure are destroyed, right? Business are destroyed, lives are destroyed. Okay? Do you think you can only be that destruction? You can repair it in 5 years only?
I have a question.
Nigeria
I
was
have a,
also
hey yo
Nigeria
Like
had
in
a
a country
war
like
too.
Congo?
Well, that's the thing.
This is
Let me
where
ask you
you
guys,
don't remember. This is
guys.
where you don't remember.
One
In the
second.
1960s,
No.
in the
How
I'm
1960s,
one
gonna talk, and
second.
I'm gonna pass it to Rome. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna pass it to Romeo.
since
Okay, one
1960,
It's
second
Congo
not.
has
It's
though.
been in
not. It's
war.
not.
Umkal.
It's
Oh
not the
boy.
two. It's not the Tutsi's
Umkal.
fault. It's not the white man's fault. It's terrible Congolese leadership.
There
Period.
is
I want to
there
bring
is
a
there is
point
some
How
real
did
quick.
Paul
responsibility to go.
Kagame
That's the
rebuild?
blame.
There
I
is
don't
some
want to hear the white
How
man.
did
there
I
is some
don't want to hear the
responsibility to go to
Tutsis.
Congolese leadership. That's true.
how
It's
did Paul
terrible
Kagame
Congolese
rebuild
leadership.
Rwanda?
Yes, there is
How
that.
did
But
Paul
you
Kagame
have to
rebuild
understand that
Rwanda?
Congo spent more than 30% of his time fighting wars, and half of his time trying to deal with the aftermath of that war, like coming with peace. Half of that, and so it's only probably 25% of time that Congolese have spent trying to build their country.
Umkal, is
You have to
corruption not
understand
a
that.
on
problem?
call, on
Umkal, is
call.
corruption
Hold
not
on.
a problem in Congo?
Sorry, I didn't hear what
Is
you said.
corruption not a problem in Congo?
It's
Yes, it
it's a,
is.
it's a problem.
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
like in many other
So
African
why are
Yes,
you
countries.
not
it is.
Let's hold on.
blaming
Listen, it's a
corruption for the
problem like in
situation in
many other
Congo?
African countries. Yes, it's a problem like in many
And
other African
okay,
countries.
let me ask you
Let's
this:
talk.
how did
Okay,
Paul Kagame redress Rwanda after the genocide? You couldn't be lower than that.
You said what?
How did Paul Kagame bring back his country after the genocide to where it is today? It's
Yes.
leadership.
Okay, listen, yeah.
Quite simply, the
Yes.
Congo do
It's,
not
it's
have
not only
good
leadership. It's not only leadership. Listen to me as well. It's leadership with the support which he got from the West. The support.
So Mobutu wasn't supported by the West. Mobutu wasn't supported by Ronald Reagan.
Oh
What
Lord!
about
Do you know that?
Mobutu? What about
Do you know that?
Mobutu?
Oh my
Mobutu
God,
was
man!
supported
Come
by
on,
Ronald
bro.
Reagan.
Did
What are
the
you
Congo
talking
not
about?
get support? Did the Congo not get support?
Mobutu was friends with Ronald Reagan.
Not like Paul Kagame
Mobutu
got.
was best friend with Ronald Reagan.
Not
Was
like
Mobutu kissing Ronald
no.
Reagan's ass here in America? Come on, man.
Not Congolese have never get a support like the one which one has got.
No
Lord.
way, no way,
Come
no
on,
way,
I'll
man.
give you
no
example.
way.
I'll give
Dude,
you example. Hold on. I'll give you
Mobutu was
example.
best friends with Ronald
Listen.
Reagan. Mobutu
Let
was in the White House with
Uncle
Ronald
finish.
Reagan.
Yes.
Mobutu had every chance to build up his country.
I'm
He
gonna
had
tell
every
you,
chance to build up his country.
Scholar, I'm gonna sum this up. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Sorry, Congolese leadership took the support and they went and bought Mercedes and shit.
No,
Exactly.
let me tell you what Mobutu did.
They
Do you
went
know that Rwanda?
Friends,
Let me
the money that was
Uncle, let
supposed
me
to
ask
go
you a
to the
question.
military
Uncle,
went
let
in
me
under
ask you.
the
Hold on, one mic. Uncle, let me ask you a question. Have you seen Paul Kagame in a Mercedes? Have you seen Paul Kagame with a luxury mansion like Mobutu built? I mean, come on,
You know what I mean?
your leaders sold out. That's just
Do you know Crystal Venture? Do you know the company called Crystal Venture? Do you know how
Yeah.
well
It's
is
a
that
Rwandan.
company?
It's a Rwandan company. It's a Rwandan company. It's a Rwandan company. Yeah.
It's Paul Kagame's. It's a Paul Kagame's
It's
company.
Rwandan. It's Rwandan.
Listen,
It's
listen
Rwandan.
now, Skylar. You
It's
know
Rwandan.
nothing about in the region, bro.
No, Felix. No. Why did
Listen,
Felix?
let me
Why did
explain.
Felix pay white people $5,000 and not his own people
Hold
wanted
on.
it?
They asked me
Why
a
did
question.
Felix?
Let me
Why did
answer.
Felix TGK pay
see,
$5,000 to white people, but he didn't pay $5 to his own soldiers? That
Okay. Do
falls
you want
down
me
like
to
fault
answer?
too.
Let me
That's
answer.
what Tutsi's fault too. Go ahead.
Let me
Go
answer.
ahead.
I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming Tutsis on what you are making in my mouth. No, I'm not on that. I don't even blame the whole group. No.
Man, we heard you the whole
Listen.
day, man. Everything was Tutsi, Tutsi
Listen
this,
now.
Tutsi that.
Yeah, but
Do
he's
you know
calling
that? Do you
some
know that
things
a lot
out.
of
You
people?
have a right. You should be able to do that.
Do you know? Do you know that a lot of Rwandans were actually educated in Congo? A lot of Rwandan intellectuals were educated in Congo.
Lord!
So
Oh
what?
my God!
So what?
I'm telling you,
So
yeah,
what?
all those.
Oh Lord!
Yes,
Oh God!
there is
Hey
a lot.
yo.
On drugs.
This is the thing you don't know.
This dude is high.
Mobutu
Yeah.
was a dictator and he destroyed the country to some extent. But in his
Only
actually in his
only
prime,
to some
in his
extent.
first 5 years, listen, in
And
his
let me
first
guess,
5
the,
years,
the Tutsis completely destroyed it, right?
listen, you asked me a question
The
about Mobutu.
Tutsis completely, right?
The Belgian, they sabotaged Congo. Actually, they didn't leave Congo with wealth that people tried
Blame the entire world for Congo's problems. That's
Hey
wrong.
yo.
Don't
Hey yo.
blame the leader.
Onoko.
But Mobutu went.
No.
Listen, Mobutu
Okay.
did some great thing. He trained a lot of intellectuals because the Belgian left us with probably fewer university educated minds. But Mobutu trained a lot of people. He sent people with scholarship outside to be trained. Mobutu built some good infrastructure. Ever said here before, Congo had the best radio in Central East Africa during the time of Mobutu, especially from 1965 to the 1980. Mobutu built up the army of Congo. Congolese army was
And
among the best.
you almost went nuclear too. And I
Yes.
think there's some truth there because I heard that the Congolese military, they didn't give them anything. They were mostly manned by the French, even up till independence. It was later on they went on to build it, and mostly Mobutu did most of the work. But that said, not much has done. But I wanted to address something about Rwanda.
No.
I wanted to say something
It's
about Rwanda.
Can I
Right?
say something?
not your
Can I
turn.
say
Let me
something, please?
hold on.
Can I say
Guys,
something,
hold
please?
on. Romeo. Oh, you have anything else to say? You want to say, Romeo?
Yeah, I want to ask though, does Congo really need Western help? I mean, they're one of the richest countries in the world. They have so much the minerals under their feet. They just need to mine the minerals. The
Rob,
Westerners are not
that's
stopping
their
them from
brother.
doing that. They could get up and do it themselves. There are a
Yes,
lot of rich people in Congo,
yes. That's
but
the
they're
thing.
doing
You
it. But
know,
they're so
the
corrupt
Western, yes,
that
the Western,
the
the
money.
Congolese have
Amara,
never
you
been.
make
Finish,
it time.
Allow me to finish. Oh my God, whew. Okay. I mean, I forgot what I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Hey yo, Kanka don't Noko. Hey,
Congolese have never been given time to build their country. Affairs of Congo have
Honest,
never
can we
been
remove
left
this
in
guy,
Congolese hands
whatever his name is? He's
so
a
that they can.
noise
No,
maker.
I'm not maker, but it's because I'm in Lion's Den. I'm in Lion's Den.
Get
You
out
see
of the
that?
lion
No,
den, man. This
hey,
ain't
no,
lion
let me,
den. Oh
Onoko,
Man, this is not
God,
Lions
lion
Den
Onoko.
now. You will be talking
Hey
forever.
yo,
See, let me say something about
If
Kagame. I
you're
think
in the
people are
lion, then
praising
you
him.
must be
Dynamics
talking
Hold
trash.
on,
invited
hold
this,
on,
but
Talking
hold
people
on.
mess in
Let,
a
let,
war.
let me
I
say
don't know
you
where
something
see,
you
about
are. You
Kagame.
might be in Paris right now.
Let me say something about Kagame. I think we are over egging his accomplishment. This is a country with
Really?
a GDP per capita of $1,000.
bro, who
That
gives
is
a shit,
even
bro?
less than
Bro,
no, hold on,
13
hold
who
on, hold
million
on.
cares,
people
bro?
That
only.
is even less than Nigeria's. And his accomplishment is just that he's got an organized military and an organized capital. In terms of the accomplishment, he's just the same as Uganda, and he's got 90% of the vote whenever they do democratic election. He's been in office for 25 years,
But
and with the
look at
democracy
the
of that
size of
country,
the country, though.
and there
yeah,
is a
yeah,
lot
but
of
Tiny
propaganda
compared
behind
to
him. That's the
Nigeria, so you
problem.
so
can't
what?
compare it to
They are not
Nigeria.
very rich. It's not a very rich country. Okay, with all the
Bro,
resources they are getting from Congo and the export, where is the wealth going? He's the richest man in the
Hey,
country. We know that.
Tunaja, I have
Kagame
a
is the
question for you.
richest man in that
Gee.
country.
Tunaja, I have a question for you, Tunaja. How many people get kidnapped in Nigeria every month? How many
Okay.
girls get kidnapped in Nigeria? How
Okay,
many?
Nigerians
let's
are
talk
messy.
Answer,
about the
Proper
answer
mess.
that.
No,
corruption
no,
Answer
no.
that,
situation
They
in
Tunaja.
do get
Answer the
Nigeria.
kidnapped.
question,
That's true.
Tunaja. Answer
No,
the
no,
question,
they do get
Tunaja.
kidnapped. Even in
How?
America,
No, no, no,
40-something thousand people. No, no,
Not
Nigeria,
hold
like
on.
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
How many
I
get
don't know the
kidnapped in
number,
Nigeria?
but they see kidnappings
Yes, you
happen in
do.
Nigeria.
Yes, you do.
How am I supposed to know
How
the
many
number?
get
Come
You
on.
every
can't
month?
compare
You
Rwanda
know
to
damn
Are you
well,
going to force me to know the
Tunaja.
number, my
You
bro?
know
Give me the
damn
number now.
well. I mean, please.
If you know it, then give me the
How many
number.
people get every month? Every month, people are getting
I am
kidnapped. And
listening
I'm
now. Give
asking
me
you.
the
You
number.
know,
I'm willing to learn from you. Give me the number.
How many people?
Ah,
How many
Oh
people
just
get
one
man,
kidnapped in
fight.
Nigeria
Just
all the
want to
damn
it's
fight.
time?
Yeah, he's a troll, man.
it's a lot. I
I
Just
think
mean,
want to
Skylar
fight.
is a troll
Okay,
still.
how many people in Rwanda get kidnapped? How many people in Rwanda get kidnapped every
See,
damn day in Rwanda?
calm
How?
down, calm down.
No,
See,
no, 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 no. You keep
What's with the
shitting on the
animation and
Rwanda. I'm
emotions?
tired
yes,
because
because
you guys
you're
are
not
lame.
seeing things for what
You
they
guys,
are.
your government don't do shit for your country. That's why
See,
your
you can
government
say that
fails you. Your
Nigeria is
government fails
actually more
Nigeria.
advanced than
Your
this in
government fails.
Rwanda.
No,
Skylar, look
your
what they did
government
to
fails.
Okay.
Dangote, a man that
Hey.
invested
See,
over
Nigeria
$1
may have a
billion.
lot of problems. Nigeria is
Where
still
did
more
the people
advanced
of
than
Goma?
Rwanda.
Look what they
Hey
did
yo,
to
when the
Dangote.
volcano
Skylar,
erupted, when the
Skylar,
volcano
I've got a
erupted
question
in
for you.
Goma, when the volcano erupted in Goma, where did the Goma residents went? Where the people of Goma, when that volcano happened, where did they went? They went to
They went to
Rwanda.
Rwanda.
They didn't exactly. They went to Rwanda
You mean
because
just as
Rwanda is
Rwanda
safe.
went to
Shut
DRC
up.
when they were being
Shut no,
persecuted too?
no. They went to
So
Calm
Rwanda.
down,
No,
when
man.
there was
I
they
think
war
you're
went.
in
They went
driving.
Rwanda,
to
when there
Rwanda.
was war in Rwanda, where did most
When the
Rwandans went
volcano,
to?
when that volcano erupted in Goma, where was
When
the president of Congo? What did the Congo
this
president do
guy,
when that
this guy
volcano erupted?
is stupid.
Nothing. They did
Wow.
He was
nothing.
in
The
Paris,
people,
sipping wine.
exactly, exactly. So
That's
shut the
that's
hell
an
up
So
about
idea,
Rwanda.
Skylar.
because
Skylar.
he was
Don't you
When
overseas,
there
say
was
that?
war in
Put
everybody
respect
Rwanda,
on
when
Paul
just
a
Kagame
lot of
name.
Rwandans
You
right
put
now,
respect on Paul Kagame name. Paul Kagame is better
Skylar,
than all you lazy
Skylar.
ass
what is there to
motherfuckers.
what is
All
he
right,
gets?
All,
shut
Are you
up.
if you live
all
in
of
a
them.
country where your president get 90% of the vote, you're not going to
Who
find it
gives a
funny.
damn?
Where
Who
there's no
gives a
opposition
damn?
leader
What did
and
he
where
do
he
for
stifles
Goma?
he stops
When
he
the
stops
volcano erupted
religious
in
freedom.
Goma,
Oh
what did
come
Felix
on.
Tshisekedi do?
You
Look at
What
him
cannot
did
now.
Felix
you cannot
Just
Tshisekedi
say
when
do
he's
for
anything
Goma?
yet
To
than
environmental
what the
Niger.
state
activities.
wants.
To Niger.
Skylar,
Are
in
you saying
Rwanda
that Paul
you can
Kagame cheated the elections?
yes, of course,
Of course,
always he always cheated.
he gets
Have
more
you
than
been to
90% of the
Rwanda,
vote.
to Niger? Have you been to Rwanda?
I
You
have
know
been
what?
in
I don't
Rwanda.
have
I've
to
been
be
in
to Rwanda
Rwanda
to know
before
that
Kagame and after
not
Kagame.
one
Yes.
person, no one
And
person can get 90% least 90% of the vote
Guys.
if that vote was democratic.
How do you know that though? His people love him.
That man, you must be. You are
Oh my God!
99.
You
They
believe that?
love who?
You believe that? You believe anything?
Do you know the story of Rwigara, the lady who tried to run against Paul Kagame? Do you know what happened
They
to her?
don't like her. They don't like her.
No.
The people don't like her, bro.
Paul Kagame
Why
arrested
did
her.
bro? No.
Listen,
Why do you
Skylar,
no? You listen to me.
Skylar,
Why do you
cool
pick
down,
her up?
cool
Why
down.
do you pick her up?
I need
There
to
are
speak.
other
Hold on.
people. There are
Guys,
other
you don't know
people in
Rwanda.
our RPF.
Rwanda is big on propaganda.
No. Listen, there are other people in our RPF. There are other parties that are not RPF that run in the Rwanda. They don't go kicked out. There are plenty of non-RPF parties in Rwanda. People don't vote for them. But this one chick you guys love so much who hates Rwanda, you ought to go defend her. There are other
Man,
people in
it's so
Rwanda.
weird to hear you praise Kagame, man. I know his beginnings.
Oh, yes, he is.
I know his beginnings.
You damn right he is. Yes.
So you cannot convince me, man. You can't convince me.
Where do you
I know
live?
his beginnings,
Where do
man.
you? Hey, yo, bro.
Are you
Where do you
saying
live at?
someone
Hey, yo,
has
where?
reformed?
Skylar.
Someone
Let me say
has
this to you.
changed.
Even
Kosa.
even Jerry Rawlings of Ghana that has executed more than three previous head of states, he doesn't even get 97% of the vote. When I look at it right now, he got 57% of the vote versus 10. Kagame is getting 90% of the vote. Jerry Rawlings executed more than three heads of states, and yet he doesn't get that kind of vote.
I don't think you visited
Nigerian leaders
Rwanda.
don't get that type of vote.
Let me tell you
Ask you
something.
a question to Niger. Which other country in Africa you could open a company within 4 hours?
So because you can open it in 4 hours, where is the money?
That's different than what we are talking here. That's, we're gonna give credit that. So that's why it shouldn't be, people shouldn't speak. Like, do you know how many survivors of genocide they are in prison in Rwanda?
Those aren't survivors. Those aren't survivors.
Everybody.
First of all,
My
no, they're
family
not.
is one of those. My
No, you're
family is
not.
one
They're
of those.
No,
Do you
they're
know how
not.
many
They're
survivors
bastard
of genocide Kagame has killed now? Like in between these 5 years, do you know how many? And you know why?
They're all, bro.
Guys,
those guys are
don't
children of
just
the
praise the guy
genociders.
because
Those guys
he
are children
arranged
of the genociders, bro.
the way of talking,
Skylar, you're
doing
just a
business
paid agent, man.
because of propaganda.
Shut
You
up,
know,
paid,
people are
bro.
fed propaganda. You have to look also on human rights record. How people are
On
treated.
call. On call.
And
On
I'm not
call.
saying that that's Rwandan issue. That's Rwandan issue. But man, they are my brothers. I've
Hey, yo,
gone to Rwanda. I went in Rwanda before Kagame, and I was in Rwanda after Kagame took power. Man, Rwanda are sad, bro. There's not the way how we used to name them.
I'm just reading about a lady just now that says she was banned from the election of Rwanda. Hold on now, she was banned from the election of Rwanda. A lady was banned from the election of Rwanda by Kagame. He doesn't let other people run, and he won the election by 99%. It's ridiculous, man.
Let me
99%
talk about that.
is ridiculous.
What he's doing, he's avoiding people that is reintroducing tribalism in Rwanda.
He's the one
My
doing
friend,
it.
he's a very tribalistic in disguise.
You have to understand, a million
Kagame
He's
is
the
a
one
very
doing it.
tribalistic in disguise, but you people, you don't know because you've never lived in that region.
Guys,
let me say something. Let me say something.
I never lived in that region. What do you know?
All right, go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. They were to close out. Go ahead, they were to close out. Go ahead.
So the same thing, like, let's just really give each other let's give each other time. When let one person speak at a time, not all jumping. It's really disorganized right now. We won't even hear each other. The people out there, they
Skylar is
won't
the
even
one who
understand
started
what's
that.
going on.
Skylar and the Kiza, the other Kiza, they are the
Oh
one who
man,
started that.
can't Keys are finished. Goodness.
Prince, you need to moderate.
So the root of the problem still is you see Kojo here in the chat. He said that, oh, the Rwandese all over the place. They're always refugees, and wherever they go, they take land. That's the problem. I told you myself, because of the colonialists cutting the borders, there is a Rwandese woman.
No.
Kojo, can I finish off, please? Can I finish off?
Please don't lie on my
Let
name,
me
please.
finish off, my friend. You will have your time. You will really have
All
your
right,
time.
no problem.
So, like, for example, Koja, a Ugandan kid. These kids are, I told you, I'm from literally Gisoro, and in Tungamo, those are Rwandese only. They speak Rwandese, And
All
the
right.
other part, like, kids who are born in Kampala in central Uganda, for them, they don't even know that there is some native Rwandese, that land belongs to the Rwandese, the Rwandan kingdom. But when they cut the borders, they cut it to different, countries. Anyway, let me leave it there. So that's the problem of the
All right.
that is the
I have a question.
that
I have
is
a
the
question.
cause.
Okay, on call.
Let him finish. Goodness.
Can I finish? That is the cause of that. Let me no, I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. That's the cause of all the problem that is going on in Eastern Congo. Every day the leaders say these people, we welcome them as refugees. Now look what they are doing to us, not accepting that they are also among Congolese tribe, but Rwanda speak.
The
Let me
leaders
finish
don't
up,
say
my
it
friend.
like
Let me
that.
finish up.
Please,
Let me
Man,
get to
let
the
him
bottom of my point.
finish.
Let me
Golly,
get
let
to
him
the bottom
finish.
of my point. I'm telling you, and look, mark my words, my friend. Mark my words. Eastern Congo will never have peace, unlike if they, until when they accept the Rwandese speaking people. And I'm telling you, very soon, Eastern Congo is going to be a country itself. I'm telling you, very soon.
because that's the agenda. That's your plan and
Congolese.
agenda.
Listen.
Let me remind you something. In
Nah, man,
1990,
you can let
Let
Kiza
me
finish.
finish, my friend. Let me finish, my friend. How come the war is always happening at the border of Rwanda? Why haven't the Congolese leaders delivered to other parts of the country? For example, in Kinshasa, no war has ever been there. Lumumbashi and whatever, these are peaceful places. Why haven't the leaders delivered in other places? If the war has always been happening, in North Kivu, Congo is very huge. There's no infrastructure anywhere, but all the time they complain to Rwanda. If Rwanda picked up itself in 30 years, look where it is now. Yes, it's very small, but there's a system working, there's infrastructure. Yes, it's not rich, but there's something going on. You go there, you feel like a breeze. You see a country. Congo, my friend,
finish
how
now so
can
that
you really
other people
fail?
can speak.
You have so much wealth. Listen, let me finish up.
Yeah, Kiza, you just we got it, Kiza, we got it. Let me. I
You made a lot of points
want
still.
Scholar to ask a
Let me
question.
come to that.
Address that.
Let me finish up.
On call.
I can't let these lies.
Kiza, we hold on. I got to Kiza. We got it. It just the Congolese leadership is just too incompetent to defend itself. We got it. Go ahead, Scholar.
Okay, let me speak. Okay, on call. I have a question for a call. When the Goma volcano erupted, where did the Congolese went? Or did they went to east or did they went west? Did they went to Rwanda or did they went to other parts of the Congo?
Let me.
Where was Felix? Where was Felix? Where was Felix? Did you get it?
Let me answer now.
Yeah, both.
I'll answer you.
Where was Felix? Okay, go.
Let me answer now. You see, because you are fed Rwanda narratives and Rwanda propaganda, you don't know that.
Where was Felix?
Listen, you ask a question. Let me answer. You don't know that a lot of Congolese actually went to Bukavu and Calais. You don't know that, but you are taking only a portion which went to Rwanda, which is a normal thing. Because every time even in Rwanda, when there is a problem, since the 1959, most of Rwandan, they come to Congo, they go to Uganda. It's a natural thing. We are neighbors.
Okay, what did Felix do? What did Felix do? What did Felix do?
Shut up, bro. Shut up. You know nothing, but you are just
what
on
did
propaganda.
Felix do? What did Felix do?
Shush, bro. Shush. You ask a question. Kiza, do you see?
Hey, bro.
It's not the way you are trying to frame this.
What did Felix Tshisekedi do?
Our brother, Hutu, before the 1990, there was peace in Congo and we were living all in peace.
You did not answer the question, bro.
We gonna close out.
Bisegimana Wema.
What did Felix do? What did Felix Tshisekedi do?
Listen, Kiza from Congo probably knows. Listen, Dynas, Kiza from Congo probably knows Bisegimana Wema. Do you know who he was?
What did Felix do? What did Felix do when the volcano erupted? What did Felix do when the volcano erupted?
Okay, Scholar, calm down. Answer the question.
Yes, I'm answering question. Bisengimana Rwema, Rwakabuba Shinga, Miko Rwakaitara. There is thousand. I can name you thousands of our brother Banyarwanda Tutsi who have been given a big opportunity.
Dude, bro.
What did Felix do, bro?
What did Felix do? What did he do?
And the problem with Rwanda and the Congo is not that
when the volcano erupted.
What did Felix do?
It is us. Listen, yes.
Stop playing games. What did Felix do? Answer the question.
Yes, listen now. Felix is a president of the Congo. Me particularly, I don't like him because, as I said, he's not. He could have done better. Now the situation is like. It's not the Kinshasa who is instigating problem, but the Bahunde, the Banyanga, who are people in Kivu, they are the one who knows Banyarwanda well, and they are the one who.
We're talking about the volcano.
The volcano erupted. He's trying to frame it. Listen.
The volcano when the volcano erupted.
We're talking about the volcano, bro.
golly,
Friends,
man.
why don't you
Man,
let everyone else talk? Because right now, Call is doing all the talking.
Right,
No,
right.
he asked me
No,
a
but
question.
he
He's
just, you know what? I'm gonna say it again. Let Kagame have Congo. God damn, man, shit. Let him
I
have
would
Congo.
say too.
He's not gonna have
Let
it,
him
bro.
have
He's not
let
gonna have it.
Kagame have Congo. Let him have
He
it.
can't have it.
Let Kagame have Congo. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like,
Oh,
share,
Lord.
He
subscribe.
can't have it.
Family,
Please
Dr.
read
Thorough
in
people.
praise of blood and call